Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. We have so much to talk about, to commiserate about. God, the Senate Democrats are killing me slowly. God. Give me 1 second. Just getting us live on Twitch and YouTube, and then I will be right with you all. Tap the screen, share the live. Look, I straightened my hair. Well, mostly. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. It is Friday. I'm trying to get to 450 subscribers. It's cute. I just found that gift and I was like, let's try this bow. There are so many bows. These are, I don't know why I like accessories put on my head, but hey, don't judge me. Don't judge me. It's Friday and today is this, I feel like we're in mourning today. It's like we're realizing that. I mean, I've said this before. I worry so much less about the House than I do the Senate. And this is why. It's like I feel like we're all being gaslit in real time. You are my most credible source. That's the nicest thing, Dracul Meow. What a cool name. Obsessed with both cats and vampires. So I love that name. Let's see. Oh, did I do? Hold on. Sorry. I'm getting off mic. I have one more thing to do to make sure we're live on YouTube. Give me 1 second. Okay, I have made it. Now I just need to make sure the chat shows up. Okay. Thanks. I know. This is what it looks like when I get it mostly straight. I'm not really good at doing anything for real with my hair. I just do the best I can and hope I don't look like crap. I never learned to do anything with my hair. I think I would take like a class. I think there should be more people doing classes on like what to do with your hair if it's curly and straight, if it's different depending on the amount of humidity in the air. Give me a second to get a drink of water. I look like a genius today. Miller, I miss you. Hello. Hey, Ben, by the way, I feel like thank you for the $50 because I've been complaining all morning. I've been sick. I told you guys on Monday I couldn't keep my ADHD medication down. That's why I didn't do a live on Tuesday. I have been nauseous all week. I was nauseous again last night. I've been whining to Ben. Ben, thank you for the $50 and thank you for listening to me complain and offering to send me soup. You are so kind and I love your brain. I was watching you this morning on Faxes Live. I don't even know what you guys. I think you guys were talking about reparations or something. I need to go back and watch because I came in at I don't know. I came in at the tail end of what seemed like a pretty big conversation, but I didn't, and like people in the chat were mad, but I did not understand what was happening. Yeah, I think it's stress too. I agree, Sarah. Like, I think that, yeah, like I might have a little bug or something, but I think stress alone, because I am that way. Like, it's not that weird. You know, some people are like, if I throw up, it's the end of the world. I am not like, I'm not like that type of person. So I throw up pretty easily. Like, what do they call it? Like a sympathetic stuff. Yeah, like I get nauseous and throw up from stress. So yeah, I do think it's like that. I do need some rest. I know. It just feels like there's no time for rest. I'm getting there though. We shall see. Well, I was going to say I'm going on a trip, but I'm going to be doing my live from there. I'm going to visit some friends in Denver on the 25th, but I'll still just do my lives from there anyways. But I guess that will just be a change of scenery, which will be nice. If anything, I was thinking too, why am I going there now? I should wait until it's 150 degrees in Arizona. But nonetheless, let me just make sure I haven't missed any. Oh man, I don't think I had to do all the latest Apple update was last night, so I had to log back in everything. These Apple updates, I have like 20 Apple devices now. It's absolutely insane now doing these updates. Thank you guys so much for sharing the live. Tap the screen. Can everyone share the live with 10 people? Thank you, Chrissy. You're absolutely amazing. Let's tap the screen. Let's get to 50K. Let's get some more people in here before I go on a very long rant entitled, What the F is Wrong with Chuck Schumer? And I don't want to do this. I don't want to be this person because I do think like, I was talking about this, like it's a week. No, it's not. It's over a week. So yes, last week this time I was doing my live about the corruption, like Chris Murphy was on the Senate floor and he was doing like 25 minutes on Trump's corruption and he had the whole calendar. So but on Thursday, right, we were kind of in like a heated discussion over whether Hakeem Jeffries was doing his job. I don't even know if I told you guys this or not, but I literally talked to my therapist about this and I was asking her, I was like, why is it so triggering to me when people, like the implication that someone's not doing their job. And we talked about it a lot. And I think it is ultimately because I was raised by a malignant narcissist. And like, division is their fastest path to victory. And that's why it's hard for me, I think, I don't think the answer is ever attacking our own, except in the case of the Senate Democrats. And I've thought about this all night, but yeah, because that's what Trump wants, like when I saw Trump was writing, thanks, Chuck Schumer, which if you haven't seen it, I'll show you. It's vomit inducing. So many things have been vomit inducing this morning. But at like 6 a.m., Trump is literally like, oh, thank Chuck Schumer for, literally. And that's what he wants, though, is to drive us all apart, for us all to be divided. Yes. Thank you. I couldn't remember the word, JL, triangulating, right? That's the point. And that is how my childhood was. It was like I was always trying to convince my siblings that something was going on and they would not believe me. It was always like a divide and conquer strategy. Like my mother would create so much chaos, so much division, lie to all of us, pit each other against each other, and it would divide us. Like we would fight each other rather than focusing all our energy on fighting the real problem. And that's yeah, I relate hard. Thank you. I think a lot of people probably relate to that. And so I think that is why last week I was like so triggered, because I'm like, the last thing we need to be doing is fighting each other at all. Like all of our energy needs to be directed towards fighting Trump, because he will not stop unless we stop him, truly. And the more we watch this, hi Ari, by the way, I saw you. Good morning. Did you say that the Democrats? No, I didn't. Oh no, I didn't say the Democrats took my voice. What? No, I wish somebody would listen to any of us. No, I just think the Senate Democrats are, I mean, listen, they've been in the game a long time. Like the Senate is a different beast than the House. And the reason I think, and that's why I also think I was sensitive last week when people were like, oh, the House Democrats aren't doing their job. I'm like, if anyone does their job, it's the House Democrats. I also think because elections are every 2 years in the House and because there's so many more of them, I think that the House more reflects like modern society, right? That's why there's more progressives in the House than there are the Senate, right? Like we have these senators who get into power and stay there for years and years and years. Times are a changing. Are they changing? No. The only time it seems to me these people are changing their opinions are when the lobbyists on K Street who are funding their campaigns tell them to. And I hate to say that. Oh, thanks, Ben, for subscribing. If you guys don't know Ben Dowdero, he's amazing. Professor at Florida State, great brain, one of my new friends. What? Sorry. Pickles just texted me something about an AI website I need to look at. Sorry, I was reading Pickles' text. Anyways, yeah, one of my new friends. Thank you for subscribing, Ben, and for being such an awesome friend and having such a great brain. I know, Ben is amazing. I know. Why didn't someone tell me how great his brain was sooner? It's best person to argue. Now I don't have to debate myself alone. I have someone else to debate on the phone. It's so fun. Sorry, and let me make sure because I have been really sick all week, so I've missed hundreds of emails. I'm just seeing if Will has an update. If I miss an email from Will Westmoreland. I don't think so. Good. That makes me feel better. I'm always the bum who's like not checking emails. I think we just have another meeting tomorrow about the back 40 pack. So I'll let you guys know how that goes. And I'll have more information. Like everyone has to have signed their non-disclosure stuff so we can talk strategy, which I already did because I'm the teacher's pet. But okay, so I'll start with this. I'm going to go on a rant about what the F is wrong with the Senate Democrats, or I'm not going to go on a rant. I'll just have other people do it for me. Oopsies. Sorry. Hold on. Let me reopen my presentation really quick. TikTok. Oh, let's see. Maybe today is the day you guys can see my comments again without me pinning them. Nope. Nope. Just thought I'd try. Okay. I guess the only way you guys could see my comments is if I pin them. I have reinstalled TikTok Studio every day this week. I don't have any violations that I know of. Well, I got 3 yesterday. By the way, that's why I ended my live so suddenly, because my live got demonetized on TikTok, which that's pretty hard to do. So, and in my experience, that comes right before you get banned. So I just didn't want to be banned for a week and not be able to do my lives or do them from my regular account. So that's why I just figured. Anyone know what happened to Pickles? What do you mean? I saw he was live this morning, but he just texted me, and it's a pretty normal text about checking out a website. So he seems okay to me. It's not like he wasn't an SOS message. Oh, he got a violation. Yeah, I mean, the violations have been extreme. I got 3 yesterday, and I had never seen those violations before. I don't even understand what the words meant. And then it just popped up and said your live has been demonetized, and I'm like, which if that happens on YouTube, that's really scary. So I was just like, I'm not getting banned for a week. Week seems so long in US politics now. I can't not have my account for a week. He let 2 people go out for way too long. I know it happens sometimes. I know what you mean. Well, I first want to just give a recommendation. If you guys don't know, oh my God, now I can't remember. What is it? Coalition for American Progress, or is that what CAP is? Or, oh my God, I can't even, why can't I not? Or I love this. Hold on. I need to remember now because I feel like I know it's not Coalition. I'm going to just look up what the name is before I embarrass myself and get it wrong. Because we should Center for American Progress. I was like, why can't, and I'm always on this website, Center for American Progress. So I just want to say, and this is their political action committee. Thank you, Ari. And I love this account. I suggest following them wherever they are, or just follow the Center for American Progress. Also amazing. But I love their posts, right? So, and I just say, like, even though the Senate's voting very soon, we can still call. We should call after the fact. Like, whoever votes again, for cloture and approves this ridiculous CR with all these poison pills, we should be harassing them about it for months to come. Yeah, never let them forget. Like we were talking about, and they have to read letters, so fax, and you don't have to have your own fax machine. Someone brought it to my attention. There's apps you can fax people from. You can fax people from websites. So you don't need a fax machine to waste a bunch of their paper and force them to read faxes. Yes, we should all call John Fetterman and be like, you're a loser. And you know why? It was so confusing to me what Chuck Schumer, which is basically just a sham, it's just him pretending that like he was doing something he was never going to do. But because for how I knew like over a week ago that John Fetterman wasn't voting for that bill, because Steve Bannon said it on his show. And the way Steve Bannon said it, he basically implied that like he'd been talking to him. I'm not, like Steve Bannon all 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 early were saying, hey, we're voting no. And I put this in the Discord earlier. And then these are the ones who are call them people, right? Which I'm like, I can't see Klobuchar voting for this. Some of these, and I know I checked for on what's his name? Warnock. He's not voting for it for sure. But yeah, like these are the people I guess that wouldn't confirm to them that they weren't voting for it, even though it's rumored to only be 7 people. It's not like it won't be all these people. But the live is freezing up. Oh, it's not even telling me something's wrong. So normally if I have an internet connection problem, it tells me. Yeah, just go back out real quick and come back in, because yeah, like TikTok Studio is really good with, if I have a problem with my internet connection, it immediately lets me know, and it's telling me all signs are a go. So yeah, I would say first just go out and leave. Sorry, just thanking Ben again for that subscription. If you would like to subscribe on TikTok, please do. I'm just trying to get back to 450 subscription. Well, I think I had 650, but that's my weekly goal. Oh, Catherine, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you for keeping us sane. Well, we'll see how you feel at the end of this live. But again, here's the number 202-224-3121, and I put this in the Discord and sent it to everyone earlier because, like I said, even after the vote, that's when I like to call and be like, what the are you doing? So I'm just saying, like, we should be calling everyone, like any state you have a vested interest in. Or when people tell me, as someone who grew up in Arizona, when people are like, oh, you're not from this district. Yeah, but my family owns a business here. And like, I have ties to so many districts in Arizona. Like, don't tell me what district I have an interest in, what's happening in or not. I have an interest in every district in Arizona, or at least in the greater Phoenix area. It's looking that way. There's been immense amount of pressure. Well, let's just get into it. There's been immense amount of pressure being put on senators since yesterday when Chuck Schumer decided to do the whole, oh, I'm going to vote for it. And I'll get into it because he did interviews. I've recorded. I have so many things to show you guys. And I'll show you. This is the first time I'll say it because I am, like I explained, I'm very sensitive to people dividing the Democratic Party and us just saying like, oh, F this person or the Democrats aren't doing anything, when I don't believe that's true. If anything, they've gotten better. But like at this point with the Senate Democrats, I know gaslighting when I am gaslit. And I have watched, in my opinion, Chuck Schumer insult all of our intelligence and gaslight us. for like 36 hours. And I'm very confused as to how stupid he thinks we all are. Like, none of those reasons make any sense to me. But I'll show you that. So again, this is from the Center for American Progress, or their PAC. And I have a bunch of things to show you, but let's start with this. Oops.
Let's try to blame Democrats for a potential shutdown. The truth of the matter is, the government shutdown started on Trump's inauguration day.
Major shift in federal funding impacting local schools, food banks, and local farmers.
Freezing federally funded cancer research in the United States.
Just got laid off.
Laid off from my federal position.
These people don't care about us. They're not here to make things better.
So all this voting comes down to, how deep do Republicans want to take us down the rabbit hole?
We're keeping the lights on for Elon to continue to do what they're doing with Doge.
They're advancing a bill that would do nothing to stop Trump and Musk from illegally firing thousands of workers who are crucial to keep our air travel safe, make progress in battling cancer, and ensure Social Security payments go out on time.
That's like the big one to eliminate.
On top of that, more than 32,000 veterans, seniors, and other families could be evicted from their homes.
This administration has proved itself to be the most anti-veteran administration.
And remember, this isn't going to save you any money or bring down costs. Trump is hurting millions of Americans just so he can give another huge tax cut to billionaires. Call your senator and tell them to vote no on Trump and Musk's plan to put profits over people.
Amen. And I will say this, when I heard, and I'm going to play clips for you, I've spent all morning cataloging. When I say I feel like I've been gaslit by Chuck Schumer for 36 hours, I do plan on backing that up and showing you why I'm saying that. I'm just starting out by saying that. We were talking about this yesterday. What's in this bill, right? It is not a clean continuing resolution that just says, hey, let's continue funding the government at the same levels, which anyways doesn't work, right? We know all these fires in California have happened. We know they need to rebuild their state. We know we need to allocate more money towards that, more money towards disasters in North Carolina and Tennessee, right? Like, we know that we need to fund the government at different levels. But the continuing resolution that we wanted was just, hey, let's do a clean CR and give us 30 more days to negotiate. The current bill that they're trying to pass, or a resolution they're trying to pass, has all of these poison pills. For instance, it basically says for 6 months through the end of the fiscal year that Congress, who it is in their purview and power to do so, cannot stop Trump's declaration of an emergency. The reason he can do all this tariff nonsense and torment everyone and fire people, that's why in all those executive orders, he was declaring states of emergency, which gives him extra powers to do all this BS. And Congress has basically said he can continue to have all those powers, and we're going to give up our power to stop him. Like, that alone is enough for me to say, what's the point? And when I hear Chuck Schumer and his BS saying, oh, they're going to shut down the government. The government is shut down. Trump has impounded funds that were legally appropriated by Congress. The government has been shut down. Federal employees have been fired. The worst has happened. Stop telling me like, oh, something worse is going to happen. It's already happened. Like, how stupid do you think that I am? I mean, and after today, I can honestly say it is very stupid. And this is another example of why. So look at this. So Trump and Satan himself, I used to think Leonard Leo was the most dangerous person in the Republican Party. I now believe it's Russ Vought. He's the director of the Office of Management and Budget, the impounder-in-chief himself of all the congressional funds. He's a Christian nationalist. I've talked about him ad nauseum. This is the guy that said he wanted to terrorize and traumatize the federal workforce into quitting. This is from a reporter. Trump and Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vought are already crafting a plan to impound some of the funding in the incoming CR. He's going to steal the money anyways. It's not going to be appropriated correctly. Think about what's happening. We appropriated this funding before. Has it gone to the right places? Or is Trump stealing it all and impounding it illegally? Has he hired back all the people he's supposed to hire back? No. As a matter of fact, Caroline Leavitt is this morning in the press saying that they don't care what that federal judge said yesterday, which we'll get to, and they're not going to do it. So the worst has happened. The federal government is being dismantled. Funds are being illegally stolen and impounded for way longer than 45 days. So further spending cuts were part of GOP leaders' pitch to conversations when the CR passed the House last week. So they are already planning on stealing and impounding more of the money. So what's the point of passing it? You tell me. I can't think of any reason. And I think Robert Reich, said it best. He was replying to that post and he said, in normal times, which I agree with, I recommend that Democrats vote for continuing resolutions, but these are not normal times. Why should any Democrat vote for the Trump regime to continue illegally usurping from Congress the power of the purse? Why would we empower the executive branch to steal more, to fire more people, to basically give Elmo till September 30th to do whatever he wants?
That paper is more sophisticated now.
Let me just clarify. So the continuing resolution, which is a sign that this is all a lie. Elmo has said, we found all this waste, fraud, and abuse. I was showing you guys that tool that was made to audit the Doge site, which basically says the real total number of fraud they found is 8 billion. And that's generous. It's actually smaller than that, but it's 8 billion, which is nothing. So they're basically saying we found all this waste, fraud, and abuse rather than showing up under oath and presenting our findings to Congress so we can all in a bipartisan way say, oh yeah, let's cut this out. Let's redo the budget. They're funding the government at the same levels. But what they're saying here is that they're going to illegally impound funds, not that they're going exactly what is happening now. That's what they're doing. They're cutting spending by stealing money, just holding on to it, right? When Congress appropriates money, then the Office of Management and Budget is supposed to allocate the money. They are not allocating it. It's not going out. So that what they're saying is they're just going to take the money. That's what they told House Republicans to get them to vote for it, because they had problems like, why are we funding the government when you're saying, we need to cut things? And they're like, don't worry, we're going to impound money. That's what they're saying. It's not about the point is the rules are off. Why are we pretending like we're playing a game that has any rules anymore? This is our first chance to stand up to Trump, and Chuck Schumer and 7 Republicans have basically decided to roll over and play dead and then gaslight us with bad reasons for why. And I think this is the best thing I saw yesterday. This is AOC. This is a tweet from her. I hope Senate Democrats understand there is nothing clever about setting up a fake, failed 30-day CR first to turn around and vote for cloture and the GOP spending bill. Those games won't fool anyone. It won't trick voters. It won't trick House members. People will not forget it. She's basically saying, you pretended, Chuck Schumer. You pretended you were on our side. And it annoyed the shit out of me, because it's part of the reason I think people have this impression that House Democrats aren't doing their job, when they're much more united than Senate Democrats and always have been. And when House Republicans, had that situation with, with Al Green, where, was it 5 or 10 voted to censure him, which again, doesn't have to do with funding levels. And we talked about that last week, but it was being used as an example by Chuck Schumer, as someone who's constantly watching Congress and reading Punchbowl News. And he was basically saying, the Senate Democrats are in complete lockstep. We're united on everything. We agree on everything. This was all just some weird theater he was doing. And I was like, how could that possibly be true when Republicans are reporting that Fetterman is with them? that he's on their team. So basically, Chuck Schumer has been lying and almost implying, which was what was annoying me earlier in the week, that like, oh, House Democrats, they've got a lot of stuff going on over there, but we're united over here. It's like, what are you talking about? No, you're not. And AOC is just basically saying, like, people aren't going to forget that you're gaslighting them and lying to them, which I completely agree. This is one of the, in my opinion, most egregious things Chuck Schumer has ever done. We have so few opportunities. We have no control of Congress. This is our one opportunity to push back. These are few and far between. And he's basically saying, no, let's just let them do whatever they want until September 30th. How did AOC? Oh, Sean, don't make me block. Sean, listen, I don't have time for your idiocy. AOC doesn't have any money. And this is all public knowledge. It has to be reported. Literally every month, there's government reports about how little money AOC has. So you believing, Sean, you beg to differ because your brain doesn't work. It's publicly disclosed. You don't look cool by arguing with me. It's just an admission of your own idiocy. Like, literally, go look it up. She doesn't have any money. Not only does she not have money, she doesn't take any money from lobbyists. She holds no stock positions. She literally lives in New York City and Washington, D.C. on nothing but her salary. And the fact that you would show up here and embarrass yourself and say different, like I said, is just raise your hand and say, hi, I'm an idiot. I'm just here to make a loud statement about my own idiocy. Like, you did nothing. It just shows that you don't read. Now, moving along. This was, and it's not just me that's mad at Chuck Schumer. Look at this protest in New York, which I love a good New York protest.
Vote no! It's time to go! 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 Vote no!
It might be time for Chuck Schumer to go. People are asking AOC. A lot of people in New York I saw are asking AOC to primary him. Which, is AOC ready for the Senate? I mean, why not? I think her talents will be lost there. I just think the Senate is where people just go to die. Like, because you can't do anything from there. You either have to leave and make a presidential run, or what can you do from the Senate anymore? It just seems like it's like gridlock of people who take money from lobbyists. I do think Chuck Schumer. What district is Chuck Schumer in New York? Does anyone know off the top of their head? He's in 1st Congressional. Is that real, or did I just make that up? Was he in the 1st? I thought that was Dan Goldman's district. What district is Chuck Schumer in? Can somebody look it up for me, Chuck? Oh, he's a senator. What am I talking about? Yeah, anyways, sorry, my brain is not working. Why is this map showing this? What is this? Oh, this is where his office. Sorry, I'm looking. I was like, why do they have it? Because I was like, that is Dan Goldman's district. I'm sure of it. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know. He has more than one office. Anyways, I would suggest if you want to read more about this, or I'm just looking now that the Washington Post just has an article that came out. There's a new article. Oh, I am logged in. That Senate-led, this is 1 minute ago. Senate plans to vote on Trump-backed bill to avert shutdown, which should be, it will happen like any minute, within the hour, basically, probably. The Republican-led Senate plans Friday to vote on a stopgap measure backed by President Donald Trump to avert a shutdown that would occur, yeah, we know, 11:59, It will probably need 8 Democratic votes to succeed. I want to a list of that's what I want to see, is like the list of who these people are. The Democrats are sharply divided over whether to lend their support. Chuck Schumer said Thursday he will vote to advance the measure if the procedural vote succeeds. Schumer under fire as Democrats split over backing funding bill. People are giving him hell. So, I mean, which makes me wonder why it's like, think about it. This man is a senator from New York. Trump is terrorizing your state. He's stolen funds from your state. He's attacking you guys at every turn and defunding, like appropriated funds from Congress that are supposed to go to New York. And for some reason, you are desperate to lay down and roll over for him. I don't know. Anyway, so this is what Chuck Schumer was on Chris Hayes' show yesterday. And I'll just say, like, you tell me if any of this makes sense to you, or if you feel gaslit of what you know is going on in America, how the American people feel. This is a senator from the state of New York. You tell me if these sound like good reasons. Tap the screen. Let's get to 50K. We're way behind.
The AFTRA union, which is the largest union representing federal workers, they won a big victory today in federal court about those probationary employees who were fired. They came out against the CR, which really surprised me, right? These are the people that seem to have the most skin in the game on precisely the terms you're enunciating. And they said, the fact that this CR has no protections that will actually be followed means that we can't support it. If the people whose livelihoods are on the line say you cannot go along with this thing, why are they wrong?
I understand why they're so upset with the CR, but I disagree with them because the shutdown would be worse for their employees. They could just eliminate huge portions of government workers automatically. They could eliminate programs automatically, which they can't do on the CR. The CR has certain spending, and they can screw around with it, and they will. These guys are sons of guns. They're going to do everything they can to hurt the government.
The AFTRA union, which is
okay, so, I mean, maybe it's just me, but what are you talking about? Like, yeah, that's already happening. You're talking about things that are already happening. So just to be clear, we voted to fund the government, right, at right before Christmas, right before Congress left for Christmas. And what happened? Trump did nothing he was supposed to do. He illegally impounded funds. That's why we're fighting him in the courts. That's already happening, Chuck. Are you okay? Like, are you going to make it? I don't want to be mean to this man, but I do feel completely gaslit. Here, it only got worse too. I just want to be clear. It only got worse. Keep tapping the screen.
Ton of leverage. The one thing they have leverage is in the Senate, where you need a filibuster-proof majority on a cloture vote. That there's essentially an unconstitutional assault on the government right now. And I think you would agree with that,
there
right?
Is.
An assault on the constitutional
These guys are the worst, and we got to fight them every step of the way. As we say in Brooklyn, Chris, every effing step of the way.
But look, Russ Vought is already telling people, but he's telling people on the floor, we are not even going to listen to this CR. This is a piece of paper that we will impound and rip up the moment it's passed. If that's the case, how is voting for cloture not essentially an imprimatur on the very same assault on the constitutional order?
They're already, even without this CR, they're already doing it.
Right.
Okay? They did it to the Department of Education.
No shit.
But I can tell you, I've been through shutdowns before. It's not that this CR is good. It's not that voting for it is good. It's horrible. But the alternative is worse.
No, it's not. The alternative is already here. I don't know. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be an ageist, but is Chuck okay? Is Chuck with us in reality? I just want you guys to know, unions, federal worker unions want the shutdown. Like, people that would suffer the most, the people still employed by the federal government, want the government to shut down. Like, I just want to be clear. They're like, we have no other power. We have no other way to push back at Trump but this. So Chuck Schumer doing this whole like, oh, think of the people, like when the government shuts down, they're being terrorized. They're already being forced out. What are you talking about, Chuck? And this is what I'm saying. Like, if we're going to direct our rage somewhere, it should always be at the Senate. These people have been in there too long. They are taking money from too many lobbyists, and they've lost touch with reality. Chuck is obviously not okay. It's in a couple hours. It's in an hour or so. It could happen anytime. Whenever Chuck meanders his way down, they have to vote. So just to be clear, and let me make sure I say this right, because I don't want to, like, he has to vote to move it out of committee, and then they have to vote again before midnight. So there's essentially going to be 2 votes. Here, wait, let me make sure, because I think I just read it. But sorry, my brain's not working. So I've had a long week of what the F is going on. So I want to make sure I get this right. Schumer said he's not bothered by... Oh, this isn't the article I was reading from before. Hold on. I think I switched articles. Yeah, here we go. He's defending himself from a barrage. Yeah, we're pissed, Chuck. It will probably need 8 Democratic votes to succeed. Yeah, here we go. But Senate Minority Leader Charles E. Schumer said Thursday that he will vote to advance the measure. So that's a procedural vote. You first have to vote to advance it. And then if that vote succeeds, the Senate is expected to vote on the stopgap measure later on Friday. It can only pass with... It can pass with only Republican votes, right? Like once we advance and get past the filibuster. So like that's what we're saying. I mean, he's laying down for Donald Trump literally right now. And he has no reason, unless you're an idiot and that sounds like a reason to you. I cannot stress enough. We've done this, right? We passed a CR to fund the government, and Trump said, I do not care how Congress appropriated these funds. I will not I'm withholding them. We've got children starving in Africa, food locked in warehouses. He's already done the worst. It's already happened. The government isn't running. It's not, the Department of Education has been shuttered. Like, if we can't stand up now, and we have 8 Democrats who God knows what is going on with them. Listen to this. Just keeps getting worse.
Voted en masse against this in the House. They lost only 1 vote, Jared Golden in Maine. I've seen a lot of House members, and across an ideological range, interestingly enough, urging the Senate to filibuster this, saying, look, this is existential about whether we control the power of the purse or not. We cannot essentially sign off on this Doge unilateral arrogation of this power.
Yeah, look, I supported what the House did to vote against this bill universally, but that didn't cause a shutdown. It's different in the Senate. And I knew people were going to disagree with me, but I felt so strongly that the shutdown would be the greatest disaster we face with these arrogant autocrats that we had to avoid the shutdown. And
we have a shutdown, right? I can't even listen to it. I can't listen to this. Like, this is why I'm so nauseous all week. It's true. Different things were going on. I probably feel better. No, he's got to go. Chuck needs to get the F out. Like, you are not a leader. You have folded like a lawn chair. And I'm not saying, like, if Fetterman wants to fold like a lawn chair, he needs to go too, but you're literally in charge of you're the Senate Minority Leader. You need to go. There's no excuse for this. And the government is already shut down. He's not appropriating the funds. I just showed you that they have credible reports that journalists are reporting. When they pass this CR, they're going to impound those funds too. It's not like they're like, oh, we voted to fund the government at these same levels, which we didn't allow the government to be funded at before, but now we will. They're going to do the same thing. Oh, I don't know. I don't have. And this is so AOC was talking to Jake Tapper last night. And he asked her, he basically was like, some people want you to primary Chuck Schumer. Watch this.
Chuck Schumer, I guess the Senate Democratic leader, your senator, said at this meeting that he is going to vote for cloture. He is going to vote to allow there to be a simple majority vote. You think that's wrong?
I believe that's a tremendous mistake. Yes.
Why?
I think, well, first and foremost, the American people, if anyone has held a town hall or has seen what has been happening in town halls, American people, whether they are Republicans, independents, Democrats, are up in arms about Elon Musk and the actual gutting of federal agencies across the board. This continuing resolution codifies much of this chaos that Elon Musk is wreaking havoc on the federal government. It codifies many of those changes. It sacrifices and completely eliminates congressional authority in order to review these impulsive Trump tariffs that he's switching on and off. And on top of that, for folks who are...
So just make sure you heard that. What is decimating people's retirement accounts, and in my opinion, is Trump manipulating the market so people can short it and make profit. They're saying Congress, one of the biggest poison pills in this continuing resolution is Congress saying, we give up our right to stop you from doing that. Cool. Why are you guys there? Why you want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? Why are we paying your salaries? All of the Republicans, you guys don't need to be there. Trump is running the government for you. You guys can go. But also these 8 Democrats, you guys can go too. And whatever his name is from Maine, Jared Golden, you can go.
Are concerned about effectiveness in government. This Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
Yeah. What the only power, and the first chance you have to do something, Chuck Schumer says, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to, in fact, lead a resistance in support of Trump, in support of the Constitution being undermined, in support of Congress, where I'm an elected representative being undermined. I don't want to say that Trump has something on Chuck Schumer. I don't know. Or there's lobbyists that have given Chuck Schumer so much money, that he seems to think people will forgive him for this. I think it's unforgivable, and it's probably time for him to go anyways. So I think it's absolutely, there's just no excuse at this point. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K.
And on top of that, I also maintain the position that government officials and public servants should not be hiding from the public the way that Republicans are hiding and being instructed to not host town halls right now because of the outrage among the American public around their attempts to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. And on top of that,
I can see can you guys see oh no, you guys can't see it. Never mind. I thought you guys could see. Sorry, I got really excited. I thought you guys could see you guys can't see it. I can just see it. Never mind. Julie, thank you so much for the $10. She said, looking beautiful as ever. Yes, you should have seen me puking earlier. I do look good even when I throw up. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I appreciate you more than you know. I need to update things. Oh, this is the part where he asks her about primarying Schumer. This is the part.
Would you, what do you think of the job that Chuck Schumer is doing? Would you ever challenge him, do you think?
I think that what we need right now is a united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I think that the strength that we have is in this moment. Reconciliation and all of these, Republicans do not need Democratic votes for that. They need it for this. And so the strength of our leadership in this moment is going to demonstrate the strength of our caucus. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless.
Patrick in the comments said that I'm lost. Well, Patrick, I make all of my decisions based on data, mathematics, and facts. So if I'm lost, which I am not, because I make data-driven decisions, what does that make you? It's literally an admission that you have no idea what's going on, and also mainly can't do math. Yeah, and also, Patrick, this is a place for learned people where we talk for people that can do math, not for people in cognitive dissonance. So if you continue annoying people whose brains are trying to learn, then you do have to go. And you're not doing what you think you're doing anyways. Nobody's like, oh, Patrick did something there. We're like, oh, another person who can't count. That's what we're all thinking. Like, it's not, don't worry about me. I know what I'm talking about. Worry about yourself and why you don't.
You just talked about the strength of your leadership. Chuck Schumer just said that he's going to vote for cloture. Not only the Democrats can do it, but he's going to participate in it. Does that mean that you think he's a weak Senate leader?
I think that would be a mistake. But we have time between now and tomorrow, and I hope that individuals that are considering that reconsider it. I genuinely do. I don't think it's what New Yorkers want. I don't think it's what the country wants. This is genuinely not about Democrats or Republicans. This is about deep cuts to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. This is about the evisceration of the federal government. This is about codifying the looting that is happening at the behest of Elon Musk in order to pay for his tax breaks for billionaires. And we have a responsibility to stand up for it. That is why people elected us, and that is our responsibility to them right now.
Yeah, and I do think she said it would be a mistake. Like that is the point. It's a mistake. Like, I mean, there's no other way to look at it. And if you believe that Doge is saving you money, I would invite you to read actual forensic accountants who have gone through it, right? And gone through the numbers. Elmo says he saved $120 billion. It's actually $8 billion. And again, I will question anyone who says we don't need to spend money on medical research. We're making, for every dollar we invest, we make $2.46. There's no better place to spend money than medical research. It makes us money as a country. So why would we not do that? Same with the IRS. Why would we not invest in high-level forensic audits of billionaires? It makes us money. None of this makes sense. And most importantly, if you believe that Elmo is saving you money, how? Then I would say you have not read the 48-page budget proposal. Because even with all of the cuts, even if we got rid of the entire federal government, but weirdly Trump can stay with all of his billionaire friends and enrich themselves and assign themselves government contracts, we still lose money. We're not, let's get rid of the federal government and pay down the debt. That's not what's happening. We're not paying down our debt. We're not saving any money. No money's going to us. It's so billionaires and corporations can get a tax cut. Yes, all whilst, and it's more now. I mean, depending on which government, if he really gets that like $42 billion government contract and the FAA one and the one for the Tesla armored vehicles, it'll be more than $8 million a day. We give the richest man in the world $8 million a day of our tax dollars for government contracts. Why wouldn't we stop that? If he's such a patriot, he doesn't need our money. I don't understand. It's the strangest thing. He wants to take over U.S. airspace. He wants to control internet for rural areas in America. Like, I mean, look what he does with Starlink around the world. He blackmails people with it. So we want the richest guy in the world to be able to turn on and off U.S. airspace. We think that's a good idea. We want the richest guy in the world be able to move Starlink satellites so you no longer have access to internet. That seems like a great idea. And if you believe you're saving any money, then I would say, again, you can't read and you can't do math because you're not. None of this is saving us any money. Not collecting tax revenue from the rich and corporations does not save us money. It's almost like people are delusional. Oh, and I thought this was really interesting. Patrick Svitek, who I love, I don't know if he's still at the Washington Post, but when he was writing at the Washington Post, I loved him. He probably is. I don't know, though. I don't read the Washington Post as much as I used to, but he was a great reporter at the Washington Post. But he's talking about a Quinnipiac poll, right? Like, who would you blame the most for the shutdown? So if you look, Republicans 31%, Democrats 32%, Trump 22%. So if you can count, this is another point where math comes in, right? What is that? 53% would be blamed on Republicans and Trump. 53% of the country would correctly blame Republicans and Trump. That's correct. So why are you afraid to do your job unless somehow someone's leveraging you or there's money involved? It makes no sense. We never should have let Chuck Schumer get back in power. I mean, there's not that we have control over that, though, because that's a vote among senators. Yes, Biden did cut the deficit. That is true, Gary. Thank you for knowing that, because God knows that Republicans don't. Thank you for the bow. Sorry, I need to update my gift call, I know. But yeah, just do the math. 53% would blame Trump and Republicans, which that's correct. They have control of the entire government and they're stealing from us. So if you are going to do that, that is where the blame deserves to be placed. I can't believe we even have to have these conversations anymore. And Chuck Schumer is betraying us. And again, it's not just Chuck Schumer, but he is the minority leader. The fact he would back this, I find totally disturbing. Anyway, so Bernie Sanders was on Chris Hayes' show last night after Chuck Schumer. And this is what I'm saying. I don't really care who is our candidate I need to keep my mouth closer to the microphone. Sorry. I don't really care who our candidate is for 2028, but I would like it to be someone who's speaking this language. Because what's best for Republicans, what's best for Democrats, what's best for middle class America is somebody focused on middle America, on wages, on jobs, right? This Bernie Sanders, the math is mathing. He has the answers. And most importantly, on healthcare, we should all be focused on universal healthcare. If we have a candidate who does not utter the words universal healthcare, part of me will die. So I don't really care who it is. But this message, this language is what's best for America, what's best for the middle class, what will stop transfers of wealth to the top of the economy that will cripple all of us. Oh, I have to find this. Oh, wait, maybe not, though. Maybe it just went in the wrong order. Hold on. I'll show you guys this first because I think, well, no, I better find that clip. I'll do it in a second. You guys, this is so damning. While I was recording the Bernie Sanders stuff, do you guys all know who Walter Masterson is, right? He's hilarious and smart. Look what he tweeted. He said, I met Chuck Schumer last week. He boasted about all the things he's going to do to stop Trump's agenda. Then his staff members stopped him from talking and pulled him away while he objected. It's very clear to me that he's too old to serve and is being handled by his staff. Time to put him out to pasture. I mean, and Walter Masterson, that's pretty blunt when I saw that, I was like, that's pretty crazy. He went for it. And I'm not saying I trust Walter Masterson implicitly. I do trust his judgment, though. I'm just saying, the people, this is someone who met him last week and is extremely intelligent. Yeah, and he's funny. I agree. Humor is a sign of intelligence, though, especially this kind. Like the dark sarcasm is such a sign of intelligence. But this is literally what he tweeted 11 hours ago, and I was like, I knew it. We should never. I was so angry with the Senate Democratic leadership votes when it was just like, and I'm not saying anything about Dick Durbin because I know he's done great things for Illinois. I'm just saying, do you need to be the third most powerful Democrat, and then in addition, you need to be the chair of judiciary, or could you give that to somebody like Chris Murphy? Like they have a stranglehold on these roles in the Senate, and until we force these people out, it's very clear. Very few people can themselves on when it's time to go. No matter how much we like them, no matter how much we try to say like, oh, they mean well, it doesn't really seem that way when it comes down to it, because we can't pry these people's cold, dead hands off power. They will not leave. Oh, let me find this clip. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. Briefly, I'm just trying to find the first Bernie clip because they're good and I want to make sure we don't miss any. Here it is. Okay. I'm going to vote. Yep. Gotcha. Hold on. Let me.
What is your position on this?
I'm strongly going to vote no. I think the American people are sick and tired.
Remind me to say something about Raul. I should agree. Halava. Yeah, he's a migrant worker in the field. It's hard to talk about Raul though. Like, yeah, was he fighting like lung cancer or something? He's a representative in Arizona, but like that was a man who was like the leader of the migrant workers movement, like friend of Cesar Chavez. Like that man is like a figurehead of the Hispanic community. So yeah, like he was in a district where nobody was not going to vote for. I mean, that's the problem. Like, tell people not to vote for someone they revere as a god.
Of Elon Musk, the richest guy in the world, running around slashing Social Security, veterans programs that Republicans are moving for massive tax breaks for the rich and cutting Medicaid and nutrition, moving us to oligarchy and authoritarianism. You got to draw a line. And I think the American people are prepared to stand with those of us who say that, you know what, we're a government of the people, by the people, for the people, not the oligarchy. And we're not going to give tax breaks to billionaires and take food away from hungry kids. You got to stand up. You got to fight back. You got to go into the streets. You got to rally the American people. I think you can win millions of people, Republicans, Democrats, independents, who really do not like the direction in which this country is now going.
He's doing it. He's literally on an election tour with thousands and thousands of people. He's in small towns and places in the Midwest, literally rallying people. I was watching it, and he's not talking about, oh, I'm a Democrat, or, you know, are there Republicans here? He's just saying, like, what keeps you guys up at night? It's actually really fascinating watching what he does, because he's just like, hey, what are your worst fears? And people are like, you know, what's an example of a tough decision you had to make? And like, I'm one guy, he's like, I'm a Republican, like I had to decide like whether or not my child should have reading glasses or I should, you know, like these are the real problems that people are faced with every single day, and that's what we need to address. That's all Bernie Sanders talks about, are real problems faced by everyday Americans. I don't really want to hear about anything else. Everything Trump is doing has nothing to do with helping the American people. It just has to do with his delusional ego and propping up billionaires and creating an authoritarian oligarchy in this country. It has nothing to do with him caring about Americans. Here's the second clip.
That assumes that millions of people are not standing up and saying, you know what, we're a democracy, not an authoritarian society. Don't undo the Constitution of the United States. You're not going to throw 83,000 workers off the Veterans Administration. You're not going to cut the Social Security staff so that elderly people will die while they're waiting to get the benefits that they paid into. You're not going to take food away from hungry kids. If you do nothing, you sit back and you say it is going to be terrible. And that's right. A shutdown will be terrible. But our job is to put the onus on the Republican president, the Republican House, the Republican Senate, the people who control the government. They are responsible. They've acted in an undemocratic, unprecedented, unilateral way. They've given us an offer, take it or leave it. That ain't the way democracy works.
And Bernie is saying it right. Like, if you hear what Bernie's talking about at town halls when he's talking about Social Security, he's absolutely right. What they are trying to do is break Social Security, make it a system that doesn't function. So people become so desperate that they say, yeah, let's privatize it, right? That's what they're doing. Trump has shut down all the field offices. Like, I'm always helping my parents, because they're older. And I waited at Social Security offices in Phoenix with my dad for 8 hours just to speak to somebody. And then they're shutting down the phone lines where if you're too sick or too old to go sit in a Social Security office line for 8 hours, that you can call in and get access or answers to questions about your benefits. And Trump has now shut that down too. He wants to make it impossible for people to claim their benefits. That's what Bernie is saying. So they become so desperate that they agree to privatize it and gamble all of our money in the stock market, which is not a good idea. They're literally trying to break it. Think states' rights, brother. Thank you, Fax, for the $10. I feel like I need to send it back to you. Thank you so much. You're so kind. You are the kindest and my best friend. I'm sorry, I'm just going back to the presentation. Oops, I didn't realize you guys are being forced to watch all this. I had to leave to find the Bernie clips. Yeah, there's only two. Yeah, there's only two. Just making sure I didn't forget one. And I think, hold on. Keep tapping the screen. We should be almost at 200K. So I don't think we're quite at 100K. Yeah, let's get to tapping. It's Friday. Your fingers have a 2-day break after this. I promise you. I appreciate all your hard work. And then, okay, and I love this because he nailed the accent too. I've talked a lot about Jack Schlossberg. Is he Carolyn's son? Why every time did we forget whose kid? Jack Schlossberg is a Kennedy. It's Carolyn's son, I think. Is Jack Schlossberg Carolyn? Yeah, I believe it's Carolyn's son. We looked this up twice. It's still every time I'm like, he's someone's son. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. So, you guys can't see this. Hold on. So I love Jack Schlossberg, and he was dragging Chuck Schumer. Listen to the New York accent. It's spot on. Well, he lives in, they're all New Yorkers, but he is spot on. He's he titled this Schumer Speaks Out. And this is his, do you notice the glasses? How Schumer always has his stupid glasses, on the edge of his nose. This is Jack Schlossberg's impression of Chuck Schumer, which, if we can't laugh, what are we supposed to do? We're literally being sold out in real time right now. His readers, yes, I couldn't remember the name. Oh, sorry. I forgot when I leave the presentation, it mutes.
My message to Donald is this. If you want to mess with the Democratic Party, you should continue doing so because we will cave in at the end of the day. We don't mean anything that we're saying about authoritarianism or fascism. We're just upset. We're just very, very upset about irrational things. Let's work together. I can trust you, Donald, can't I? And that's why I voted yes to work with the Republicans, because I understand them better than they do and better than you do. I've been here a long time, and let me tell you, it's my responsibility to understand what's going on, because a lot of you young people are confused. It's not your fault. I was young. I got excited too. Anyway, just follow me because I know exactly what I am doing.
He's spot on. It's stop gaslighting us. Just because you're young doesn't mean my brain is obviously better than yours. Chuck, I would love to see a list. I need to go to Open Secrets and see who's funding his campaigns. Because I don't understand. It's not making sense. Nothing Chuck is doing. I've been here before. Nothing Chuck is doing. It's like, Jack, date one of us, if not all of us. If it's just one of us, then we can all live vicariously through that person. I love Jack Schlossberg. If you don't follow him, he's awesome. Like, his sarcasm will keep you alive during these times. He posts on Instagram a lot. Oh, and this morning, like, Bernie and Blumenthal were on the street corner, like, by themselves yelling, which I'm here for, talking about veterans.
For the first time in modern history, the CR was not written by representatives of both parties. It wasn't the Senate and the House coming together. It was written by right-wing House Republicans who managed to get it passed in the House by a few votes. I think what has got to happen right now is that we prevent the government from shutting down by passing a 30-day CR that will allow all sides to come together to work out a budget that works for all people rather than just the billionaire class.
Amen, Bernie. Tell the people. And why are you in Blumenthal alone on a street corner? But I'm here for it. And I'm here. Oh my gosh, I forgot to record. I knew there was a video I missed. I'll just look it up because you got to see this. But I'm here for this, right? Like, if you haven't seen, Mark Kelly is like progressive. Mark Kelly is my senator from Arizona, also an astronaut. He's our replacement for John McCain. Once you have like a war hero, then you've got to only go bigger. So we had to go get someone from space. And he's awesome, right? Like, Elmo has called him a traitor, like, has been fighting with him on X and calling him a traitor because he's loudly supporting Ukraine. He's like a fighter, an Air Force fighter pilot. Like, don't tell him about the military. And then this morning, right, I'll find the video too, because Senator Mark Kelly's awesome, but he was just saying, I'm not going to vote for this CR. I'm a no. And Ron Filipkowski said, which I'm not surprised, because if you don't know, Ron Filipkowski was a defense attorney in Florida, worked for the Republican Party. He was a never Trumper. Now he's like the editor in chief at like Midas Touch, and he was also a Marine, and I'm pretty sure he's seen like combat. So I'm not surprised he loves Mark Kelly. Most people who have been in the military love them some Mark Kelly. But he was saying, what is wrong with giving a new leader a chance, a new approach, a fresh approach, someone who has integrity, leadership skills, represents a key state, has guts and the confidence of the base, time to put ego aside and screw seniority. This is my nominee for president, he's saying. Listen, I'm also on the Chris Murphy train, but Mark Kelly is a force to be mother effing reckoned with. Like, that man does not flinch, period. And also, like, if you don't know who I'm just saying for the purpose of, like, is he electable? His wife is Gabby Giffords. She was a representative who was pew-pewed in the head and survived. Like, if you don't know who Gabby Giffords is, you should look it up. Like, his wife literally survived, like, they were like, she won't get up from a coma. Like, she talks and walks. She's like on the campaign trail with it. Like, when I worked on Kamala's campaign, I got to meet him several times. Yeah, like, this family are a bunch of effing winners. Yeah, Masto, listen, I'll get into Catherine Masto might vote yes. Yeah, she might. But, like, Catherine Masto is from Nevada. She's holding if you understand the margins of Nevada and how Catherine Masto is a miracle. I thought she wouldn't make it. I didn't think she was going to get reelected. So my guess is she's probably trying to appear neutral. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just telling you, like what I'm trying to say here is, Chuck Schumer, what is your excuse? Because it's not like they need, one vote, right? They need 8 total votes to pass this. So if we have like one senator from Nevada who's like, hey, I'm trying to hold on to my like barely anything lead, and I'm just trying to be middle of the road here, and it would really be helpful if I could just vote for this. And then all you other people in these safe states, I don't know, like the state of New York, would back me up here, you know? Like, you tell me why Chuck Schumer's doing this if it doesn't have something to do with money or someone's leveraging him. I don't understand why he would be the eighth vote. Like, it doesn't make sense. So I'm not saying it's okay. I think we should all not vote for this. I just want to be clear, but I know a lot about Nevada and the situation Catherine Masto Cortez is in, and she is in a very scary, she is walking a tightrope that is absolutely impossible. Yeah, like, I don't think Chuck Schumer gets it. I need to find this other video too of Mark Kelly, because Mark Kelly made a video. I'm going to find it right now. Mark Kelly made a video. It was like, I'm getting rid of my Tesla. He's like throwing his Tesla in the garbage. He's hilarious. This was, if you haven't seen this video from Ben Meiselas, this is what he said yesterday, which I was like, thank God for Midas touch and some sanity.
Moments ago, we learned that Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer, who is the Democratic leader in the Senate, he caved and he said that he's going to support a vote in favor of cloture, which would then move on to the next step to allow a vote by majority in the Senate to vote on the continuing resolution. And I think Schumer thinks that we, the people, are going to be like, oh, well, I guess the Democrats in the Senate are voting against the bill, but they voted for cloture, so it looks like they're standing up. No, we know what's going on right here. And ultimately, if there's going to be a government shutdown, so be it, because there already is a hostile government takeover taking place right now, and Democrats need to use their leverage to stop what Trump and Musk and Doge are doing. Use every leverage point. Americans want fighters, not this crap, not caving. Grow a spine, vote against cloture, vote against the CR. The American people are with you. And how do we know that? Because across the country, people in red areas, blue areas, purple areas are rising up at this hostile government takeover. We know what is happening. We know Musk is gutting Medicaid. We know Musk says that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme and he's firing most of the people who work at the Social Security Administration. People see the government buildings shutting down. We see the Trump regime firing veterans, getting rid of the workers, 70,000 workers at the VA, getting rid of critical government infrastructure, sinking our economy. We must take a stand. We must use the leverage that we, the people, have to stop the hostile government takeover. Reconsider immediately. Stop being spineless. Fight for the
this. How many times have I said to grow a spine? I love that I keep hearing other people telling people to grow a spine. That should be our whole campaign message. We should run in the midterms on, people who have spines. That's how we should look at it. Okay, I'm going to go to this Mark Kelly stuff really quick. I've got to pull it out of I texted it to myself. And again, because I'm in TikTok Studio, which I'll show you in a second. I took a screenshot and sent it to myself too, because someone asked me like what my setup looked like. I'll show you in a second. It's pretty complicated, but I'm in software. So the minute my internet connection is bad and I'm causing the live to drag, it tells me. So I don't think it's on my end. So I would just say, if the live is glitching for you, just leave and come back, because that could be just an issue, because I'm playing videos inside this live. So if your internet connection's a little off or you're using your phone or something, like, it could glitch. So I would just say leave and come back. And then, but if it is my internet connection, TikTok Studio will like immediately tell me, and I'll tell you guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to make this get bigger.
Kelly, here in Washington, driving.
This is Mark. So this is our astronaut, our replacement for war hero John McCain in Arizona. We got ourselves a real astronaut who has a twin who's an astronaut and another badass. Like, these are the two baddest twins I've ever seen or met in my life. But listen to Mark Kelly say he's getting, because Elmo called him a traitor. Him and his twin brother, who also is a famous Air Force, fighter pilot and astronaut, they went to Ukraine a couple weeks ago, and Elmo called them traitors for going to Ukraine and talking to wounded soldiers and giving them hope.
Hey folks, it's Mark Kelly here in Washington, driving to work for the last time in my Tesla. When I bought this thing, I didn't think it was going to become a political issue. Every time I get in this car in the last 60 days or so, it reminds me of just how much damage Elon Musk and Donald Trump is doing to our country. Talking about slashing Social Security, cutting healthcare benefits for poor people, for seniors. It's one bad thing after the next. He's firing veterans. I'm a veteran, so I have a really hard time driving around in this thing. So I think it's time for an upgrade today. So this is going to be my last trip in this car. There are some things I really liked about it. There are things I didn't like about it, but that doesn't matter. What matters is, doing the right thing. I think it's time to get rid of it. Elon Musk kind of turned out to be an asshole, and I don't want to be driving a car built and designed by an asshole. So, looking forward to my new ride.
Tell him, Mark, and I just want you to know, for him to say something like this, he shows no emotion, he's a high-ranking military officer who he so rarely shows emotion. That's why when people are attacking him or something, I do actually think he'd make a great president, because he is so even keel and steady. You just never see this man breaks. For him to make this video, it's just, you have to understand his temperament, because it's man, he must really hate Elmo. Let me go back to his page really quick, because I want to show you one other video, and I don't know why I got taken away. If you want to follow him, he goes by Captain Mark Kelly. He's an Air Force captain. I want to show you this video.
I'm telling Donald Trump no. I just announced I'm voting no on Trump's funding bill. So why am I voting no? Well, it's because we can't allow Donald Trump to continue taking apart our government, and this bill will give him unchecked power to continue doing just that. He's raising prices on families with his tariffs. He's firing thousands of veterans. He's gutting the Department of Education. He's threatening Social Security for seniors who have nowhere else to turn. And we can't allow it to continue. This was not an easy decision. But I promised Arizona that I would stand up when it was right for our state and country, and that's exactly what I'm doing. When Republicans are ready to have a real conversation about efficiently funding the government, I'll be the first one at the table. But until then, I'm telling Donald Trump no more.
Trump's course.
And it's simple. It's literally that simple. I don't know why so many Senate Democrats are acting like it's so hard. John Fetterman's hanging out at Mar-a-Lago. It's not a hard thing to understand what's going on. These people have no spines. They've folded like lawn chairs. It is not a better answer to give in and let us all be run over. And history will not remember you well. Being a pushover who capitulates to power is not a good thing. And here's our other, as long as we're doing a who should be candidates in 2028, here's my other favorite, Chris Murphy. One of these people should run for president. Oh, sorry, I did it
So
again.
I want to tell you why I'm voting against the Republican funding bill when it comes up for a vote tomorrow. You deserve to know the stakes here. First of all, you get this. Trump has a plan, and he's implementing it to destroy our economy and our government, to create a crisis that allows him to hand our government over to his billionaire friends and to suspend our democracy. I wish that weren't true, but it is. The question then is this: does the funding bill make it easier or harder for Trump to implement that plan? Now, I judge that it makes it easier, and so I can't support it. The basics here are this. Republicans are in charge, right? They need Democratic votes to pass a funding bill, but they never negotiated with Democrats. They didn't even try. They wrote their own partisan bill. They filled it with all sorts of right-wing shit. This isn't a continuing resolution. It doesn't just continue last year's funding, even though the press is reporting it that way. It makes big changes to law, and they're all changes designed to make it easier for Trump to implement that plan to destroy our country. For instance, it makes massive cuts to housing programs, to Social Security, to programs for health care for working families. That paves the way for Musk to advance his illegal assault on those government services. It gives Trump brand new spending powers. For instance, the ability to start new military programs that haven't even been authorized by Congress. At this moment of crisis, that sounds like a really dangerous idea. And it takes key guardrails off of presidential spending authority. That allows Trump and Musk to more easily move money from one account to the other. Now listen, Trump and Musk are going to keep acting illegally, no matter what this funding bill says. Whether we stop them, that's going to be up to the courts and up to our ability to mobilize people all over the country against their agenda, which is deeply, deeply unpopular. But by passing a bill that makes their plan easier to implement, Democrats risk putting a kind of bipartisan veneer of endorsement on their campaign to give our government to the billionaires and to destroy the rule of law. And I just won't be a part of that.
Thank you, Chris. And someone said it's nice when they speak to us like humans. I agree. That's what I love about Chris Murphy. Like, I'm not saying I don't like Mark Kelly. I sleep better at night knowing he's a senator in our state. It's just he's very military. And then he is like, he's like, oh, a human. Yeah, Chris Murphy, Mark Kelly, 2028. I could see it. So we need human beings who are not idiots, but also who aren't afraid to stand up. And God knows they're few and far between these days. Truthfully, I have no idea what's going on anymore. You know who else is great? Is Senator Merkley? Is he from Oregon? Is that where Jeff Merkley? Is he from Oregon or Washington? I like him too. He's awesome. Yeah, he's pretty amazing. Sorry, I need to reopen my presentation. I'm debating what order to go in because we have so many things to do before the stupid vote. Trump is at the DOJ right now screaming and calling Mark Elias a communist. Oh, it's just insane what's going on in our country. I want to find these clips. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just lost my place briefly. Let's see here's another person from New York. And like I've said, and I only give this example, like sometimes people ask, why do you say how much money people have? Because I think it matters in a way, right? Like Dan Goldman represents Wall Street. That's his district. He represents Wall Street, like the southern tip of Manhattan. He is the heir to the Levi's fortune or one of them. He can see that we should vote no on this bill. Like, I'm just making the point. There's no excuse. I don't know what Chuck Schumer's doing, but it just makes no sense. And we should never pretend like he is making sense. He's betraying all Americans.
Republicans need Democratic votes in order to pass this bill, but they did not consult at all with Democrats. And it's a wildly partisan, very destructive bill. But more importantly, it literally turns over the keys to the kingdom to Elon Musk to continue doing what he's doing and perhaps do even more. Now, Senator Schumer is right. A shutdown will be terrible. In some respects, it might be worse. But let's remember, Donald Trump also tried to freeze all funding from OMB, and that lasted a day. So we have to have faith in the American people that they will rise up and stand up to even more lawlessness. But by passing this bill, Elon Musk now actually has legal authority to destroy our government, to engage in more corruption, and to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare because he can move money around however he wants.
That's what they're saying. This bill allows them to move money. Like Congress usually appropriates money, but now Elmo can move money from different buckets. They can impound, well, they still can't impound money legally, but they're going to do it. It is not good. There's no good part about this. Oh, this was Tim Kaine this morning. And is Tim Kaine, is Tim Kaine Virginia? Sorry if I got it wrong. Is Tim Kaine from Virginia? Senator from Virginia? Yes. Okay. Sorry. I just could not remember. I can't keep them all straight sometimes. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 200K.
You're right. Chuck Schumer has a very, very difficult call. The way I ended up is I went back to my days in living in Honduras when it was a military dictatorship. And I learned something very important then. A bully can take something from you, but you shouldn't hand it over to him. So I'm voting no. It does appear that there are enough Democratic votes to move it ahead. We're going to continue to see Donald Trump wreak havoc with Elon Musk on the economy, on the federal workforce, on close alliances like our alliance with Canada. But there are more battles ahead, and we'll fight them together.
That's right, Tim. You don't hand your lunch money to a bully. You absolutely, hey, you're going to have to beat me up for this, right? There's going to be some marks and proof of what you've done. I'm not just going to give you something. You need to take it from me. And Senate Democrats are these 8 people who are not sure specifically who they all are yet. One is definitely Fetterman and one is definitely Schumer. But yeah, why would we give people who are already stealing from us? Have already said, we don't care what Congress's powers are. We're going to shut down the government. We are talking about people who are using, someone correctly put this in the chat earlier, sorry, I didn't see who it was, who wrote unitary executive theory. That's the same theory that like Chief Justice John Roberts is such a believer of, that basically presidents are kings, that we should consolidate power in the executive branch. That's what Russ Vought did when he wrote the literal chapter in Project 2025 about consolidating power in the executive branch. That is, puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Puzzle piece. Okay. We are not shutting down. Yeah. I mean, that's literally that's what was going on when Russ Vought wrote the chapter. This exactly what they were doing, saying, we don't care what Congress says. We don't care how Congress appropriates money. We'll impound the money. We'll fire whoever we want, and we will take control. That's what's happening. And why would we make it easier? This is another guy I really am loving. Mike Levin. He's from he's from a rep from California. I'm also loving him. Rachel Maddow had him on yesterday.
You're on the Appropriations Committee in the House. House Democrats voted no on this continuing resolution. There was a big lobbying effort to get Senate Democrats to vote no on this as well. The Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, tonight said he's going to vote yes to keep the government funded, essentially with no concessions from the Republicans at all. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I can only speak for myself, but I can tell you I'm incredibly disappointed. I think this is the wrong move, and I'm really proud of House Democrats. We stood together. This was a tough circumstance. There is no perfect answer here. But I think it's very clear to me that if Trump and Musk are given 6 more months to run roughshod over our agencies, to have cuts that, maybe are not able to be defended against with the Impoundment Control Act lawsuits maybe being undercut, with this CR maybe validating some of that. I thought that, look, this wasn't that close of a call. And as far as the government shutdown, big chunks of the government are being shut down right now before our eyes. We see it at the VA. We see it at the Social Security Administration. We see it across the board, the Department of Education. And at the end of the day, we have to stand up and we have to fight against all of this. And I'm proud that virtually all of my House Democratic colleagues did that. And I know that at least my 2 senators, Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla, are fighting back. And look, there's still time before the vote tomorrow. I hope that Chuck Schumer hears loud and clear that so many of us think this is the wrong decision.
Grow up, Chuck. Or maybe not grow up, grow down. Maybe grow less up. I don't know. I'm so mad at Chuck Schumer. I want to. I'm just trying to make sure I go in the right. Oh yeah, here's the Senator Markley clip. I was like, I know he was on CNN this morning, being awesome as usual. I love this guy.
You said that you were, to quote you, a hell no yesterday on voting for the GOP bill. Chuck Schumer, he's now going to vote for it. Where are you on this today?
I am even more hell no. You don't stop a bully by handing over your lunch money, and you don't stop a tyrant by giving them more power. And that is exactly what this House Republican spending bill does.
But here's a quote from Schumer. While the CR is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse. You say he's wrong then.
Well, we come with a very different point of view. And some of the concerns that have been expressed are, one, that Democrats will be blamed if there is a shutdown. I think that's absolutely wrong. Republicans control the House. They control the Senate. They control the Oval Office. They'd be voting against our proposal to keep the government open. So I think that America would understand that this is a Republican shutdown if there's a shutdown. And the second concern is Trump's power in a shutdown. And there's some legitimate concerns about what would happen there. But let's turn back the clock to 2019 and what we saw with that 35-day shutdown. Well, it created a lot of leverage and power for the Democrats to take on Trump then. And I can tell you right now, if we stand up to him at this moment, it gives us a lot of leverage going forward from this point to get the objectives that we have. The Republican plan is about families lose and billionaires win. And I think Trump absolutely understands that a shutdown would hurt him, and it would hurt that strategy, which means it would help our strategy of helping families win and billionaires lose.
There's no excuse for this. This is something we could easily do, is say no. No to everything you're doing. No to terrorizing and traumatizing the federal workforce. No to cutting veterans benefits. No to cutting Medicaid. No to disappearing the Department of Education. This is the one small way we could push back. And now it's going to happen any minute. The vote's any minute. I mean, they're going to vote soon. What time let's see. It's 4:16, end of day, because they have to vote again before the government will shut down at midnight. So they've got to vote to advance the measure, and then they have to vote again, which they don't need Democratic votes for the second time. So yeah. Oh, I have this. Hold on. I feel like I have this clip of AOC, but I feel like I have a longer clip of this.
For Senate Democrats to completely roll over and give up, I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal. Just to see Senate Democrats even consider acquiescing to Elon Musk, I think it is a huge slap in the face.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's so weird. And someone said Chuck Schumer's a corporate Democrat. I don't even think it's that. I think there's a lot of Democrats in the Senate who get money from corporate or lobbyists that represent corporations. Because what Trump is doing isn't even good for corporations, driving the stock market up and down. I don't know how this even is helping corporations at this point. Corporations want it to stop. That's what the editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Journal, who was being interviewed by Maria Bartiromo, was saying, like, I'm talking to CEOs that they think this is a disaster. And then Trump freaked out and started threatening them for doing that. It's funny. I just got an email because I'm a member of Truth Social. Not a member. I don't pay them money. I have a lot of followers on Truth Social. I have an alternate ego where I pretend to be MAGA. You guys would find it hilarious, but I can't show you because if anyone finds out who I am, they'll probably unalive me. Who knows? They think I'm their leader. Wait, where is this AOC? I want to find this because I know I have another video of AOC talking and it was pretty good. Hopefully I find it. She was amazing yesterday. AOC is my spirit animal. Oh, and I'm going to show you guys. Well, I'm trying to think of what order to go in. Maybe I should show you guys something funny before I show you more depressing things that are going to make you sick. Oh, someone asked me, by the way, like, what does my set? This is what it looks like when I'm doing lives. I just took this picture. So if you're ever wondering why it seems like I'm doing so much, this screen, that is what TikTok Studio looks like. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't see what's going on. What you guys are, like, I was like, it's not like I'm on my phone. I can't tell. Yeah, well, this was what I'm saying. Whenever you guys give me money, I just reinvest it back. This is what you guys paid. You guys paid for this. So just to be clear, thanks, because that's what I say. I just reinvest all the money I make back into this business. But yeah, wait, hold on. Elmo had a tweet where he mocked the EU. Oh God. He has so many tweets. He tweets like someone was I can't remember. There was like a count. It's like over 100 times an hour. Even if he did, it would be so hard for me to go back and find it because of how, like, just the volume. I've seen tweets of his on his page and tried to go back and find them, and they're impossible to find again. Yeah, I know, but that's what it takes to run. You guys just don't understand how complicated it is what I'm doing. I know it. See, I make it look effortless. It involves a lot. Oh, I'm going to show you guys something I wanted to show you guys. Yeah, well, I'm going to show you guys something sad but hilarious, and then I'm going to I'll show you like what I need to show you about Rachel Maddow and Caroline Leavitt, because this is important. But I was going to show you guys this yesterday before my live got demonetized, and I was afraid I was about to be banned from the internet for a week, so I had to suddenly leave. But I'll show you. I saved his name too because he seems like someone we should all follow. I never knew who this guy was. Does anyone recognize him? Anyway, so this is one of those accounts where thank you for the bow, where they, just show like really good TikTok videos. It's this. Wait, I took a screenshot. This is who it is, because I promise you're going to be like, who is it? I want to follow him because it's a pretty good video. I did not know who this was before I saw this video. I follow him now. It's Brad Doggett. Doggett. Just take a screenshot. Here it is. Yeah, he's worth following. He's really funny. Like, so anyways, I'll just let you see the video, and then if you need to see it again after, I'll show you.
You all said that Trump's first economy was good because he inherited Obama's economy.
This is how stupid this is. I'm sorry, okay, I don't want to call you stupid, MAGA, but when you think that this is a line of logic, what else are we supposed to think? Or when you come into these lives and you're like, how did AOC make all that money? She very clearly doesn't have, because it has to be publicly reported every month, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's these things, like, listen to this man. It's like, I know he thinks he's doing something, but it's like, this is why I don't debate on TikTok anymore, because this is the stuff people say, and I'm like, it is an insult to my intelligence to listen to this.
You all said that Trump's first economy was good because he inherited Obama's economy. And Biden's economy was good because he was Biden, not because he inherited Trump's economy. And now Trump's economy is bad because he's Trump, not because he inherited Biden's economy. Like, what? And you guys always say that we're moving the goalpost. You are all extremely mentally unwell.
Someone's mentally unwell.
Hey, champ, my favorite local bakery tariff expert. So it is still true that the president inherits the economy from the last one, at least for a little while. So Trump inherited a good economy from Obama, and then Biden inherited a dystopian hellscape from Trump, and now we're here, and we are 1 month into Trump inheriting Biden's economy. However, sometimes the president can have a much quicker, much more bigly impact on the economy if they run the country like a drunken honey badger. For instance, let me give you an analogy. Okay, let's say that Trump takes over the local bakery. for old time's sake, okay? Now let's say as soon as he takes over, he brings in C-3PO to shut down the butter department, the egg department. They fire the bakers, realize they need a few of the bakers, so they bring some back, but they still shut down the flour department. Okay, now on top of this, let's say that Trump starts a massive bake-off, shake-off, trade war extravaganza with all the other bakeries. Now it's at this point where the entire local bakery stock market collapses. Just total nosedive. Does any of this sound familiar, my marble rye loving compadre? Just a tip, dude, if you guys want to make America great again, then you should probably start by making it better, because it's objectively worse since you've been there. It's amazing how much better we would be off right now if Trump had simply sat there and shut the fuck up for the last month. But here we are, with his fans walking around their basements saying, hey guys, maybe a recession won't be that bad. Okay, nice start, bud. How about you guys let us know when you're done with the culture war, trade war bullshit, and you actually get to helping the American people financially. Let us know when you start working on that, and then maybe we won't complain as much. Okay? All right, get to work. All right.
Now, here, I'm going to pull up. Someone just said Schumer's on the Senate floor speaking in favor of this. I know. I told you guys it's going to happen while we're sitting here, and it's sickening. He's doing it. Everyone, we just need to accept that Chuck Schumer is a traitor to all of us. Well, to the American people, even. But, I mean, not so much. This is all, I just want to point out, this is the Republicans' fault. But yeah, Chuck Schumer, what are you doing? And I want to show you this clip. But I want to show you this because I need to pull something up, because Midas Touch just posted, let me see if I can find it on Substack, which I think is probably better for the mood right now. I think it's just a video. I don't think they're live on Substack, but I subscribe. So hold on. Let me see if I can get the whole thing. Let me see if I can find the whole thing and play it for us. This is just released, emailed out to subscribers. Oh, I don't even know how to sign in. Fill user. I should have it saved. Hold on. I think I can. Oh man, I have to find a code really quick. Hurry it up. Oh, there it is. That came fast. That's what she said. That sounds horrible. Keep tapping the screen, or we at 200K. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. It's Friday, and this stuff happening is giving me anxiety. Okay, so Midas Touch just released this. Basically, because Chuck's on the Senate floor right now. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, hold on. This is from inside Substack. Let me...
As Congresswoman AOC said yesterday, it should be very clear to every Senate Democrat that any vote for cloture will also be considered a vote for the bill, the continuing resolution. People aren't going to be tricked with procedural games. They know exactly what is going on. Defend Medicaid, vote no on cloture, no on bill. And to be clear, what cloture means, it's basically a vote on whether you will move to a vote. When you vote on cloture, to get to the next step to vote on a continuing resolution, you need 60 votes. So Democrats in the Senate, if they want, could block the next step to ever vote on the continuing resolution that Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans want to push through as part of their dangerous agenda to destroy our government, to destroy Medicaid, to destroy the Department of Education, and to continue to destroy the way of life for Americans. And moments ago, we learned that Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer, who is the Democratic leader in the Senate, he caved and he said that he's going to support a vote in favor of cloture, which would then move on to the next step to allow a vote by majority in the Senate to vote on the continuing resolution. And I think Schumer thinks that we, the people, are going to be like, oh, well, I guess the Democrats in the Senate are voting against the bill, but they voted for cloture. So it looks like they're standing up. No, we know what's going on right here. And ultimately, if there's going to be a government shutdown, so be it, because there already is a hostile government takeover taking place right now, and Democrats need to use their leverage to stop what Trump and Musk and Doge are doing. Use every leverage point. Americans want fighters, not this crap, not caving. And I usually don't lead my videos with my opinion, but I think here you have to know where I stand. I stand with AOC. I stand with Bernie Sanders. I stand with most of those Democratic House members who also voted against this awful, atrocious continuing resolution, and I stand with all Democratic senators who vote against cloture. If you vote for cloture, in my view, you are being complicit. I don't care if you're a Democrat or whatever you are. Heck, even MAGA Republican Rand Paul is voting against the continuing resolution. Just vote against it. If there's a government shutdown, American people will understand you're fighting for them, and it's a Trump government shutdown, the same way it is a Trump recession right now. Let me show you this article from CNN moments ago. Now, House Democrats are so livid at Democratic leader Chuck Schumer that multiple members have directly urged AOC to primary him. According to a member with direct knowledge, one member said they would write a check tonight at the caucus's retreat. Here's the CNN article. Ocasio-Cortez mobilizes Democrats against Schumer as colleagues privately urge her to consider a primary challenge. Look, AOC, Bernie Sanders, and others are meeting the moment right now. And the moment is to stand on the side of workers. That's not just the moment now. That should be the moment always from this scam artist, authoritarian MAGA Trump regime. Here's what the article says. New York Representative AOC said Thursday that she plans to mobilize her massive base of followers to oppose what she describes as an acquiescence by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to accept the House GOP funding bill. I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal, Ocasio-Cortez told reporters in Leesburg, Virginia, where House Democrats are huddling for their annual policy retreat. She said she and her fellow Democrats are texting, calling, sending carrier pigeons, whatever, to mobilize the Democratic base against Schumer's plan to allow the GOP funding bill to advance. That's why I think it's also important that you hear my voice to the 5 million subscribers here and to the hundreds of millions of people who watch this network each and every month. Let me share this with you right here. This is the moments ago where Chuck Schumer said that he will vote in favor of the GOP spending bill, or he will vote for cloture to get to the next step to vote for the GOP spending bill. Let's play it.
I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country to minimize the harms to the American people. Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
As Christopher Webb says, Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, just caved again. His support for the Republican CR plan isn't leadership, it's surrender. He's not fighting for the American people. He's propping up policies that will hurt us, right? Just, 48 hours ago, it seemed like he was going to fight. Well, you're just getting the people's hopes up that you're going to fight. This is what he said on the House floor about a day ago before he caved. Here, play this clip.
Funding the government should be a bipartisan effort, but Republicans chose a partisan path, drafting their continuing resolution without any input from congressional Democrats. Because of that, Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR. Our caucus is unified on a clean April 11th CR that will keep the government open and give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass.
Our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, does not mince words. That's what I hope you appreciate about this network. We don't mince words. We tell you how we feel. Philip Kowski writes, when you are so afraid of Trump calling you shut down Schumer that you willingly accept surrender Schumer as your legacy. Philip Kowski goes, Rand effing Paul is voting against this damn CR. But look, I think for Chuck Schumer, he feels sometimes that it's just business as usual and that this is all, a game and politics and da-da-da-da-da. Remember back in October where Trump attended that Catholic charity event? Trump the sexual abuse.
I do remember that. Anyway, I want to, which by the way, let me show you something he's talking about right now. Cause I actually have I was thinking about this. I remember when MAGA was screaming about this and saying, why the is Trump, well, actually, cause they're in a cult, they didn't word it like that. Let me show you this Catholic event he's talking about. I have the clip because when Ron Filipkowski was talking about it yesterday, I was like, oh yeah, he was lurking around at that Catholic event talking to Trump. And this is how they describe it when you're crazy and in the MAGA cult. Trump having a friendly conversation. This was in October. This is just right before the election at the end of October. Trump having a friendly conversation with Chuck Schumer at Al Smith dinner. This is the guy they say is going to start rounding up his enemies on day one. Kamala would never chat it up with Ted Cruz or Jim Jordan. Want the nation to heal, elect Trump, which at the time I was like, MAGA's insane, but now it's starting to seem a lot. This is them chatting it up right before the election. Just saying, this is not anyone's. This is not my music. I don't know what the hell is going on. I just found the clip when I remembered. I was like, oh yeah, I remember MAGA talking about this. And they say it's like Trump reaching across the aisle, but now it seems much more significant. This is him. I think it's like October 20th or October 19th, sitting there chatting with Trump. Yeah, I mean, as of now, the only public people that have said, just to be clear, that they are going to vote for cloture is Masto Cortez, Catherine Masto Cortez of Nevada, which she's in a very dangerous position in swing state. She's barely holding on to her position. So it's like, and then obviously Fetterman and Chuck Schumer, who has no marketable excuse. This is the other thing I want to show you guys too, like that Ben was kind of mentioning, or I assume this is what he was referencing when he was saying Chuck Schumer can't. Did you guys see this? This was this morning. This is Trump this morning. Congratulations to Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing. Took guts and courage. The big tax cuts, LA fire fix, debt ceiling bill, and so much more is coming. We should all work together on that very dangerous situation. A non-pass would be a country destroyer. Approval will lead us to new heights. Again, really good and smart move by Senator Schumer. This could lead to something big for the USA, a whole new direction and beginning. F you, Chuck. For real. For real. People don't forget. I will never forget this moment. He's blackmailing California to rebuild their state when they pay more federal taxes and they pay for red welfare states. It's absolutely absurd. But from this, it makes it sound like, he had some conversation with Schumer and was like, do you want all these things? Then you give me what I want now. Do you know what I mean? That's what it sounds like to me. The big tax cuts, LA fire fix, debt ceiling bill, and so much more is coming. We should all work together on that very dangerous situation. He's basically saying, oh, you want money to rebuild California when it burned down? Well, here's how you get it. But I mean, if there's anything we should learn from a narcissist pattern of behavior, it's that They never follow through on anything they're saying. Do you know what I mean, the only thing I know for sure of Donald Trump is that any promises he makes, he will not follow through on. He has never followed through on a promise. No. So what this is meaning when he's talking about the debt ceiling bill is the reason they're funding the government like this and they're wanting to just say, let's keep the government. I mean, there's many poison pills. It's giving Elmo power. It's basically saying Congress is giving up their power to stop like the state of emergency, to stop Trump from doing all this tariff stuff. But the main reason is because Trump wants to shove through his big, beautiful bill, which will raise the debt ceiling, have the tax cuts, and he's implying will have the LA fire fix in it. Like, I mean, that's what I think he's implying. He wants, because Republicans probably won't vote for more than one bill. So Trump is going to try to rob us in what he calls one big, beautiful bill. And it's coming up. It's not this bill. This is just avoiding a government shutdown with many poison pills, like saying, hey, it's the legislative branch's power to say, hey, you declared a state of emergency, Trump, but obviously you're just doing that to manipulate the market and help Putin, and you need to stop now. And part of what's in this continuing resolution is that Congress gives up their right to do that through the end of the fiscal year, through September 30th. It's ceding power to Elmo and Trump. That's why it's so absolutely ridiculous. I don't know in any way. Trump has actively attacked the people of New York, has stolen money out of the bank accounts of New York that Congress appropriated for them. So you tell me why any of this makes sense for Chuck Schumer. Now, Catherine Masto-Cortez, who's hanging on to no margin, barely was elected in the first place, and is trying, do I want a Democratic senator in Nevada? Sure. Like, I can make much more sense of that as a logical person, that I can't make any logical sense of what Chuck Schumer is doing, especially if he is the swing vote. They need 8 votes. It's not like they only need 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And if he's decided, if the reason he's doing this is because they need 1 more vote, and he's like, I'll do it, that's insane. It makes no sense, except somebody has leverage on Chuck. Oh, of course, they've been harassing him. Chuck's had a very bad 24 hours. Like, I think everybody that could put pressure on this man has put pressure on him, and he's still doing it. I was reading that, the minute-to-minute updates from the Washington Post, and he basically says, like, I knew I was going to be pressured, and I knew this wasn't going to go well, and like, I'm fine with it. Yeah, like, he's just saying, like, the only other Democrat who's publicly said he will vote yet, John Fetterman. Yeah, we know John Fetterman. Perhaps most notable. What is John Ossoff saying? Is John Ossoff a no or a yes? Why are they saying he announced his position last night after Schumer's speech? Yeah, he's up for re-election too. What is Ossoff, a yes or no? Chuck? Yeah. Well, I don't, yeah. Hold on. I want to see. Ossoff is up for re-election, and he's in a very, obviously to be re-elected in Georgia. See, he's another one. Is Ossoff good? Yeah, they are throwing money out behind ousting him. Ossoff says we'll vote yes. Let's see. Ossoff no on cloture. Yeah, he's a no. So even he's a no, and Warnock's a no. So, and he's good. He is facing a uphill battle to be reelected. And he's the junior senator in Georgia, and he has a reelection campaign in 2026. So, I mean, if anybody is like, hey, I'm just trying to stay and not get ousted, like, he would have a reason. That post is just rubbing it. I know it is. That's exactly that's why I'm showing it to you. When I saw this, I was like, oh yeah, he's just let it. And I mean, it is what it is at this point. Let me see. I don't know why C-SPAN isn't airing that. I want to hold on. Let me figure out where we can. It's not going to be interesting on the Senate floor. That I don't know if you've ever watched these things happen in the Senate. There's not much to watch. Ooh. Sorry, Robert Reich just released a new video, so I'm sending it to myself so we can watch it too, because I assume it's about the economy. I'm just seeing what's trending. PI Day, this should be trending. Cloture vote. Trying to see who's broadcasting it. Are you guys watching MSNBC? Who is it live? Oh, here. Watch live. Senate takes first vote. No, I know, but. Oh, Senate, yeah. I know that one, but yeah, that website, sometimes for some reason when I open it, like the Senate.gov, it shuts when I open it. So I was wondering if they had it on regular TV, but then I was thinking about it and that could be a copyright violation. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what the vote count is. Oh my God. I can't. So Trump is literally like actively speaking at the DOJ while this is going on purpose. That annoys the shit out of me. Ugh. Here, let me see if I can. Let's see. 30, yay, 39, nay, 18. March 14th, Senate session. Yeah, this is it. Listen to the Why is everyone? Oh, is this just a commercial? Here, let me send this to myself and let's just see if I get in trouble. Well, hold on. Let me just send this to myself, or I could cast from this phone. Maybe I'll just do that. Hold on. I'm going to switch the phone or the cast I'm connected to really quick, or at least try. I've never done this before. Here we go. It's going on right now. Let's see if I can do this right. May as well try. Oops.
Mr. Johnson, aye.
$43 yes, 18 no. They need 60. So just to be clear, they need 60 to pass.
Mrs. Capito,
yeah, they're on J. So if you could do the math, it's not sounding good. That's
the
what
White
I'm saying.
House,
This is boring. Go Sheldon. I love Sheldon. Yeah, it's happening right now. This is the vote for cloture.
Ms. Hassan, aye.
Hassan. I've been pronouncing it wrong. It's not Hassan. I love Maggie.
Mr. Fetterman.
Aye.
Aye.
And Fetterman. Maggie Hassan voted aye. Fetterman voted aye. Yeah, it's not good. This is not good. Yeah, so if Hassan's keep tapping the screen, can we get to 300K while we tap and rage? Because I already think we've lost this, but I don't think this is like, I don't know why we're sitting here watching this. I mean, the votes, like they already know the count before they go to the floor. They have it, or he would not have moved to do this.
Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no.
Go Tammy.
Mr. Reed, no.
There's no oversight on Doge now. But I mean, that's a joke. Oh, there'll be no oversight now when there's no oversight now? Cool. We're at 68. There's 100. I mean, I don't know if all of them will even be there. I think you have to be present to vote now, thanks to the stupid Republicans.
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
Yeah, Hickenlooper.
Sophisticated now than computers.
Tap the screen.
Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Lisa Murkowski from Alaska has folded like a lawn chair. Cool. Well, I mean, she is a Republican.
Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Warner, no.
Listen, I don't think they'd go to the floor without the votes. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. If you guys think that
Mr. Peters,
they probably won't go to the floor without the votes. They have it. I just thought you guys wanted to watch this. I didn't understand why. This is depressing. But no, I don't think they would call
Mr.
this
Langford,
vote if they didn't have the votes. I think
Lujan,
it is over.
No. Mr. Welch, no.
Yeah, Lujan. Yeah, but no, Schumer is the reason they went to the floor. It's not. Wait, what is happening? Sorry, authentication in progress. Oh no. I don't know what's happening here. Support, download our free mobile app. I don't know what is happening. Should I just leave and come back in? What is going on? This is why I hate this site. It's always something weird.
C-SPAN, proudly true to our mission for 40 plus years.
Mr. Markey, no.
Yay. Yeah, I think that we are going to lose. Just to be clear. Because once I heard Maggie Hassan voted I mean...
Ms. Klobuchar, no.
Better be a no, Amy. They would not go to the floor. Schumer called this vote. They're at the floor because Schumer said we have the votes for you. That's why this is happening. So like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like this is a foregone conclusion. It's not like, oh, someone's gonna change.
Mr. Barrasso, aye.
John Barrasso.
Mrs. Gillibrand, aye.
See, Kristen Gillibrand is an aye. Well, I mean, of course she is, but shouldn't be. I mean,
Mr.
he
Booker,
could,
no.
but you don't do that, right? You don't go to the, it just makes no sense. It's not how the Senate works. Like, they're voting because they know they have the votes. Yeah, it's a formality. Keep tapping the screen. Tapping is clapping. Let's get to 300K. And we can, let's see.
Mr. McConnell, aye.
God damn it, Mitch. God damn it, Mitch. I know, Mitch is still with us, unfortunately, for now. He's leaving soon. I mean, not this Earth, the Senate.
Mr. Wicker, aye.
I hate Roger Wicker. He's awful.
Ms. Rosen, no.
Jackie Rosen. She's from Nevada too, right? Mm-hmm. She's the junior senator from Nevada.
Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys, they don't go to the floor. Chuck Schumer called this vote. That's why it's happening. They have the votes. Oh.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye.
Oh, Tim, I got engaged and married a woman I don't know. So, because I thought Trump might make me vice president, is an aye. I'm shocked by that news. Oh, Tim. South Carolina. Still embarrassing yourself, I see. Oh, yeah, good point. Thank you, Dolphin. You're the best reminder ever.
Mr. Banks, aye.
Can we go a little faster to our demise here? Like, 2 more needed? I mean, I promise you guys, this is a foregone conclusion, but maybe it's good for us to just watch this so we never forget, and then we could be like, we were all here together. Betrayed together. Thank you for the heart.
Mr. Cruz, aye.
Oh, God. Can we go now, you guys? Are we done?
Mr. Young.
Day democracy died. Oh, I think it was dead before now. What is wrong with the Democrats? So much. Thank you so much for the $5, Jeremy, for my tuition. You're the best.
Mr. Bennett, no.
Love you. Go Bennett. We knew that. I love Michael Bennett. Where is he from? Colorado or something? He's awesome. He's amazing in hearings. Yeah, Michael Bennett. He's awesome. He's amazing. What a great senator from Colorado. He's fierce. You should have seen him going after Dr. Oz this morning. Nobody wants to be the 60th vote. Make it be Chuck Schumer. Where's Schumer? Get up there, Chuck. Own your shit. Walk down there, Chuck. No, but now is when we call our reps. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like, I mean, obviously we called before this, but now we call and are like, enjoy your time in office while it lasts, because people will not forget this. Especially, we're talking about taking away Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and you guys think that people will forget this? This is like probably the most unforgivable vote of all time. Like, you all have to go. I mean, all the Republicans, all these people without spines, you have to go.
Mr. Sullivan, aye.
No, there it is. Can we stop now? Are we done tormenting ourselves with this nightmare? May I stop this now? Yeah, we lost. Can we all just... Yes, let's all tap the screen and rage. I can't. I'm stopping. We got it. And I'm going to go back to what Ben Macelis was saying. That's why he released that, like, while this was going on. Because, like I said, if Chuck Schumer called that vote, he's basically saying, like, we have the votes for you. Like, you know, so it would be very strange for him to say we have the votes and then not have them. It would be unheard of. I mean, yeah, Republicans can't count, but Democrats can. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I'm going to start this where we left off. I just realized, wait a minute. Oh, I'm casting the wrong screen. I was like, I'm so confused. What is happening? Hold on. I need to stop casting this screen. Hold on. I'm going to get this right. I swear. Stop it. Okay. Got it. And start this one. Okay. Let's pick up where we left off with Ben saying that Chuck Schumer's an idiot.
Yeah, Trump, the sexual abuser at a Catholic charity event, and people like were normalizing them and like cracking jokes. Remember this moment with Schumer right here? Play this clip.
And that's why I showed it to you. Because I just want to say, do I not give you guys good news coverage? I'm always surprised at how spot on I am with things. You can't hear Midas? Why not? That's weird. They're they're the only news network that's supporting the right cause, the progressive cause. So.
Now, the House Judiciary GOP account is mocking Schumer. They're saying Schumer caved, Trump won. Incredible. As Ben Rhodes explains about AOC, she's someone who understands what's going on. She went on CNN, and here's what she said to Jake Tapper when she was asked, what do you think of the job that Schumer is doing? Would you challenge him? Play this clip.
Would you, what do you think of the job that Chuck Schumer is doing? Would you ever challenge him, do you think?
I think that what we need right now is a united Senate Democratic caucus that can stand up for this country and not vote for cloture and not vote for this bill. And I think that the strength that we have is in this moment. Reconciliation and all of these, Republicans do not need Democratic votes for that. They need it for this. And so the strength of our leadership in this moment is going to demonstrate the strength of our caucus. And I cannot urge enough how bad of an idea it is to empower and enable Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment. It is dangerous and it is reckless.
Well, here's what AOC said as well. Let's play it.
And on top of that, I also maintain the position that government officials and public servants should not be hiding from the public the way that Republicans are hiding and being instructed to not host town halls right now because of the outrage among the American public around their attempts to cut Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare.
And here's also what she said. Let's play it.
I want to brag, but I did play all these clips already this morning for you guys. I didn't know what was in here when he sent it out. I pretty much already played these clips, but I mean, it's facts, right? Like, which I have more things to show. We already went through all these things, which in fairness, I did get from their editors at Midas Touch. So that's why they're the same clips, but I'm smart enough to do that. Hold on. I'm going to go back to my presentation. I want to show you. I was telling you guys about this like earlier because, I mean, yeah, I know that some of us maintain more hope than others, but when Chuck Schumer publicly said he was voting, that was when we knew that they had the votes. I mean, he was the eighth vote, or was going to be. But we'll look at the final vote count, and then we can see, as it'll be out soon. I mean, I assume any minute the final vote count will be out, and then we can decide who we call relentlessly and burn down. Can I just show? Well, first of all, I'm going to show you that I have this Rachel Maddow thing I have to show you guys, but I want to show you this too, because, and I just want to say, this is incorrectly labeled. Like, this account who like finds videos on TikTok, he's kind of saying like, oh, this is a MAGA voter. I don't think this is a MAGA voter. I've seen some of her videos before, but I am always shocked at some people's delusions about MAGA. Like, this is, hey, Matt Raid, welcome. Sorry, we're in a very somber. We just watched the Senate Democrats. Some of them betray us and get to 60 votes for cloture. So this is kind of a depressing time, but we're so glad to have you here. We love Matt. He is literally one of my favorite creators and one of the only men I trust on TikTok. So I am so glad you guys are here, and also that you support Matt, because he's literally one of the few male creators that is just amazing. I can't say, I could talk about Matt for like hours and how great he is to his wife and like what a great father he is. I could give you $1 million. No, it's not. God, this always happens when I say this. I just can't vouch for many creators because I don't know them. Or someone was like, you don't trust me? I don't even know you're a creator. Like, so I'm just saying, like, I'm saying of people I know personally, you know what I mean? Like, I know personally, Matt sends me motivational messages every Thursday. Like, I know not just does he support women, but, instead of elevating his own voice, he elevates the voices of women. I know deeply, like his battle to support his wife. Like, I'm just saying, Matt, USMC, angry vet. He's amazing, if you don't know who we're talking about. So, yeah. Ben, you get the motivational text too? Yeah, Matt's just a great person all around. Yeah, I just can't stress enough how, you could have a traumatic brain injury and have gone through hell and be, like, I've been diagnosed with PTSD too. And so I know what it's like to have PTSD, and you could easily just be an angry person, right? But Matt just finds so many ways to, like, make life better for himself and for women. So what exactly did that vote mean? It means we were sold out by like 8 Well, I don't know what the final count is. I don't know how many, because the point is, once Chuck Schumer signaled we have the votes for cloture and called the vote, if you think you could hold on to your position better by voting for it, then why not? Right? Like, so we need to see the final vote counts and who actually supported it. But yeah, I mean, They knew. I said this. I used to listen to Steve Bannon's show every single day, but I stopped because obviously I have more important things to do now. But I was listening last week and Steve Bannon knew the vote count. He said this and he actually was undercutting it, but he's like, oh yeah, I think he's like, we have 7 Democrats for sure that are voting for cloture. He's like, we have the votes. And that's why I think Chuck Schumer's like, I'm the 8th. I don't know what it is that makes them think, I don't know if it's the California fire relief or what Trump told them, but for some reason they decided the vote is for cloture, basically to move the vote forward, right? And we needed 60 votes. So that was our chance. If we were going to put up a fight, that was it right there. And we didn't. So now Republicans can just pass the spending bill to fund the government. It's a spending bill to fund the government, but it's not a clean continuing resolution. It has all these poison pills. Like basically through the fiscal year, through September 30th, Elmo can run amok, do whatever he wants, move money around that's appropriated by Congress to go to certain places. They can now legally move it around. What Trump is doing with tariffs, he's able to do that because he declared a state of emergency. Like the check and balance against a crazy man being president would be Congress. They could say, let's vote and end this state of emergency. And basically in this bill, they give up their rights to do that through the fiscal year, through September 30th. So yeah, I mean, that was our first and probably only chance to resist. And we shot the bed in the nicest way possible. All we have left is the courts and our voices. Absolutely. But listen, as somebody who's raised by a malignant narcissist, never count on anybody else to stand up to a narcissist. If you're waiting for somebody else to do it for you, I promise you they won't. Trust me. I promise you it will. It's literally going to be a dogfight. He won't stop until we stop him. We will have to get in the streets. Like, it's not, if you're counting on people you elected to stop him, I wouldn't count on it. We are going to have to stop him. So, it's just food for thought. But let me just show you this video because, yes, something very annoying just happened, but we already knew it. We knew this was going to happen. We knew yesterday when Chuck Schumer made that announcement, it was over. It was over then. So I just don't want to think like it's okay. Like I've already mentally, if I seem like I'm just like, I'm already fine with it. It's because I mentally dealt with this last night because Chuck Schumer wouldn't make that announcement that he was voting for it. They needed 8. So he's obviously the 8th. Yeah, we have to get in the streets. We have to harass our reps. We have to show up to town halls. We are going to have to create hell. And it might even, what is our greatest power as citizens is a general strike, right? Like we need to create a critical mass of, if it gets bad enough, we have to stop working and stop consuming, right? This is a consumer economy. That's what it's going to come to is our own power to drive this economy to a halt, to hurt billionaires' bottom lines and their positions in the stock market so much that they can't help but listen to us. Like that is where our power lies, is how uncomfortable. And believe me, I can get way more uncomfortable than rich people. I'm fine being uncomfortable. Like I have nothing to lose. I say it all the time. That's why I'm doing this now. Like, oh, you're going to take something from me? What? Try it. But let me just play this video because this is, oh my God, tell me if this pisses you off. And I don't on X, they're like, oh, this is a MAGA voter who's waking up. It's not a MAGA voter. I swear I've seen her videos, but she's like, oh, I think I don't know, she's like a liberal. But it's like she finally realizes like what's happening. These videos annoy me so much because I feel like she's like having some epiphany. It's like, I want to break something when I hear people doing this. Oh wait, hold on, I have to find the video. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Oh, never mind. It's right here. I just was making this presentation so fast. My things are out of order. Give me 1 more second. Here. Oopsie. I swear I've seen this lady, or at least the account this is posted to. I don't know if this account is posting someone else's videos, but I know I've seen this TikTok account before.
It's time to speak up. Well, it appears the joke's on me. It appears I have been the biggest fool alive. You see, before the last couple of days, I knew that there was a segment of MAGA who just hated, who just wanted to burn the world down, and they don't care who they hurt. In the meantime, I knew there was that section, but I really, really thought that most of MAGA just didn't get it. I really thought they just didn't understand. They didn't understand economics because it's complicated. They hadn't studied Project 2025, so they didn't know what was coming. But I really thought when he got in there and started doing the things that hurt so many people, that they would realize and that they would. But they don't care. Y'all have been telling me this for 2 months, and I kept saying, no, we just have to explain it to them. We just have.
For 2 months? That's how long people have been telling you? Where the have you been for the last 10 years? It's like, are these people serious?
Now, I know there are a few. And I thank you guys. You make it worth sticking with this. But over the last couple of days, I have realized that the majority of Republicans do not care how many people are hurt. And they are exactly what Palpatine said. They're the ones he was talking about when he said he could unalive someone in public and they would still vote for him. I thought they just wanted lower egg prices. I thought they were struggling in the economy and it was hard and they wanted their lives to be easier and they listened to that. And that's why they voted for him.
I said she's not MAGA. I said that. I don't think this person is MAGA. If only people would listen when I speak. I literally said that like 24 times before I played this video. I said, I don't think this person is MAGA. I said that this person's delusional. I said it over and over and over. Like, so thank you. You did not discover something. I literally said that, but it's all it takes opening our ears. This is the most naive thing. That's great. You're fighting for what? You really believe what? I mean, I guess congratulations. You realize something that we've all known for 10 years. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, but great. Great. You really thought that? Because it's no. I know this TikTok account. That's what I said. No. This is a person who really is like a liberal. I just think this is. It's always shocking to me, to watch people like maybe it's because I have a black dad or indigenous dad. Maybe it's because I've just had very different life experiences. But it's just crazy to me, like. That you posted this video this week, like, it's just wild. It's wild to me. Yeah, I have neighbors too. What does that mean? It's not, the CR has not passed. They still have to vote on it. The cloture vote passed, right? So they have the 60 votes needed to move the vote forward, which they don't need Democratic votes for. So by all intents and purposes, yes. The poison pills attached to the government funding will go through. Yes. Yeah, I mean, and again, I just want to say this, and I want to be very clear. It is not about saying, hey, I thought my neighbors were nice people. That's not, it has nothing to do with that. If you are voting, right, for policy, for legislation that actively discriminates, that suppresses black and brown votes, that stops women from voting actively. And Trump is holding up signs at his rally saying deport people, like saying the cruelest things. There is no way to mistake what what Trump's message was. There just isn't. I have never missed a Trump rally since the inception of Trump rallies. So when people do this, miss me with the BS. I'm sorry. If you've watched one Trump rally, you know that Trump is a cruel bigot. Like, you have to know that. I mean, that is his message, is I want to discriminate against people. I don't think veterans, especially the disabled ones, have any value. I don't think disabled people have any value. I don't think women have value. I don't think black and brown people have value. I mean, these are his words. This is what he says. So then to be crying and saying, oh, like, I had no idea. I just... At what point are we going to take responsibility? Like, I don't there's no way you could not have known by this point. There's no way your neighbors did not know. Like, I don't know what to, that's my point. Like, I never thought this person was MAGA. I said, I recognize this TikTok account. I'm pretty sure she was like standing outside of maybe the Department of Education or something the other day talking. I swear I've seen her video. I know she's trying. I just think I don't understand. Like, how long does ignorance? I think it does. I mean, this is the exchange of power. And I mean, I talk about this all the time, the wages of whiteness, like, and the exchange of, it's a book you can read, right? Or the exchange of power between white women and the patriarchy, right? Like, if I just turn a blind eye, if I just don't say anything, if I don't stand up and fight for my own rights, like, I will be given protection and power by proximity to the patriarchy. Like, they don't care about any of us. You have to fight, and also you have to come into reality. I know, like, it has and I get it. If I was white enough to maintain white privilege as a white woman, I would maybe I'd be quiet. Maybe I'd sit there and say, oh, I just wanted to believe up until a month ago that my neighbors were good people. Even though all the evidence says the contrary. I mean, and again, good people, that's a hard, I'm not saying they're not, what is a good person, right? I don't even like those words, but I'm saying if you are voting for policy that actively takes equity, equality, rights, makes it harder for American citizens to vote, makes it easier for police to discriminate, for permanent residents to be deported, whatever the case may be. If you are actively voting for this, you are complicit in all of it. You can't say, like, one of my least favorite sayings of the Conservative Party, or like, let me just put it this way, because half my family that's white, they're from Minnesota. And I always hear people in Minneapolis, if you go out, like in Minneapolis, and like the uncomfortable question amongst white people is brought up about politics, you'll always hear people saying, oh, I'm not very political. Like, I just don't like to discuss it, which is just say, I have the privilege that regardless of what happens, none of this will affect me. So I don't need to discuss it. Or the other thing they say is, I'm fiscally conservative and socially liberal. Okay, well, no, you're not, because that is a logical fallacy if I've ever heard one in my life, right? First of all, Republicans are not fiscally conservative. Republicans aren't fiscally conservative. They spend more money than anyone else. But also, if you are voting for policies, right? If you are depriving poor of upward mobility, if you're suppressing the vote, people of lower socioeconomic status of voting, you're not socially liberal. If you vote for Republicans, you are not liberal. Yeah, I said that too. And I just want to be clear. I'm not lecturing like, oh, I am better than other people. I also said that when, like, that's something that people say in the tech industry when you, like, we all used to make no money. And when you go from like pre-IPO to like post-IPO and all of a sudden you start making a lot of money and you got to justify it in your head. Yes, that's something I Yeah, you start saying things like that. Like you start saying, I had to deconstruct from all of this. Like I've had to unpack all of this within myself. Like we all do. Like that's the reality. If you are not happy, where, George? Here in this live or in America? George says if we're not happy, we can leave. But we don't need to block him. We don't know what he's talking about. Let's not just block people for speaking. We don't even know what he's talking about. I'd be interested to know what George was even trying to say. But yeah, we don't have to leave. Like dissent is what this country is built on. But yeah, let's not block people for saying things because I have no idea how many people at this point we've just randomly blocked. So don't block people. No, if you're not happy or you could leave, if you think that's a Donald Trump quote, like Donald Trump did not invent that saying. Like, yeah, I don't think that's unique to Donald Trump. I think that maybe he uttered those words, but I don't think it's unique to Donald Trump. Anyways, but onwards, I need to go over this Rachel Maddow stuff because it's important to my point of how gross Republicans are. And I touched on this and reported on it yesterday, but like, Rachel, she actually has like the court documents and like what the judge was saying inside the courtroom. There was a huge ruling yesterday that I reported on when we first started the live about a federal judge who said that, all of these probationary firing, people who are on probation that were fired need to be rehired. That's like thousands of people in like the VA and things of that nature. And I kind of just, I reported on how CNN was reported on it, which was not in detail. And then Rachel Maddow did this piece last night, and it's pretty amazing. And it gives you hope. But then then I'll show you after what the press secretary was literally saying a couple hours ago about all this. Like, this is my point. This is why we needed to not give them those 60 votes, why we needed to stop them here and say no more, because they do not care what federal judges say. They don't care at all. But listen to this, because this is fascinating stuff.
It's our fireworks day today in the news. There's so much to get to. Most importantly, I think, thousands of people fired by Donald Trump are getting their jobs back today because of the first round of proverbial fireworks that went off in a California federal courthouse. And I just got the transcript of what happened there. Trying all day to get it. Finally got it. I really want to share this with you. All right. So let me set the scene. Trump administration has sent a lawyer to defend them in this case in federal court in Northern California. But they are refusing to send any officials from the Trump administration to testify in this case, to explain what they have done and to be questioned about it. The basis of this case is that the Trump White House, the Office of Personnel Management and the Trump White House told federal agencies last month essentially to fire tens of thousands of people who work for the government, potentially hundreds of thousands of people. And then after the Trump White House, the Office of Personnel Management told the agencies to fire all those people.
What is going on in the comments? Does Felice already know it passed? Yeah, we were all watching it live when the cloture vote got to 60 votes. That's what we've been doing in here, is watching the vote happen in real time. So yeah, we all know that they reached 60 votes, the threshold, because we were all sitting here watching it together live. We were watching the Senate floor. And then when it got to 60 votes, then we turned it off because we're like, F this, like they got to 60 votes. We are now going to move on. So yes, we know we were watching it live on the Senate floor.
Then all those people got fired. And it really does not seem like that was legal. It has never seemed like that was legal, that the White House would have the authority to make those kinds of mass firings. But again, they won't send anybody to testify about what exactly they did. So this is from the transcript. So the lawyer who is suing the Trump administration says this, Your Honor, quote, what we have before the court is record evidence that conclusively establishes that OPM directed the terminations at issue. We have a very unusual circumstance where the government has not attempted to say that they factually dispute that. They have actually withdrawn the declaration by which they were attempting to dispute that. And there's no record evidence on the other side by which they have disputed this fact. The judge, I tend to agree with you on that. And the government, I believe, has tried to frustrate the judge's ability to get at the truth of what happened here, and then set forth sham declarations too. A sham declaration. They withdrew it, then substituted another. That's not the way it works in the U.S. District Court, the judge says. Quote, I'm going to talk to the government about that in a minute. I had expected to have an evidentiary hearing today in which these people would testify. And if they wanted to get your people on the stand, I was going to make that happen too. It would be fair. But instead, we have been frustrated in that. The judge then says to the lawyer for the plaintiffs, quote, I'd like to hear your views on what relief should be issued today. T-O-D-A-Y, today. The lawyer, thank you, Your Honor. We are aligned in wanting that to happen as well. He spelled out T-O-D-A-Y. And so then they have a conversation, the judge and the lawyer for the plaintiffs, the lawyer who's suing the Trump administration on behalf of the fired employees. And they talk about what the fired employees who are suing the Trump administration, what they're seeking from the judge today, the kind of relief they want. They say they want a list of everybody who's been fired. They haven't been able to get that, or even an enumeration from the government of how many people have been fired. They also want people to be reinstated if they have been fired illegally. So they go through all those details. Then it's time for the Trump administration lawyer to make his side of the case. And he starts explaining to the judge that all these fired workers, the only reason they were fired is because nobody wanted them. Nobody told anybody to fire anything. There was no instructions to fire people. These are just unwanted workers. If anybody wanted them back, they surely would have been rehired by now, right? At which point the judge interjects. The judge, quote, well, maybe that's why we need an injunction that tells them to rehire them. You will not bring the people in here to be cross-examined. You are afraid to do so because you know cross-examination would reveal the truth. Trump administration lawyer tries to interject. Respectfully, the judge continues. This is the U.S. District Court. Whenever you submit declarations, those people should be submitted to cross-examination, just like the plaintiff side should be. And we get at the truth of whether your story is actually true. I tend to doubt it. I tend to doubt that you are telling me the truth whenever we hear all the evidence eventually. Why can't you bring your people in to be cross-examined or to be deposed at their convenience? I said 2 hours for Mr. Ezel. Mr. Ezel is the acting head of OPM. I said 2 hours for Mr. Ezel, a deposition at his convenience. And you withdrew his declaration rather than do that? Come on.
Oh my God, what is happening right now? Al, if you're still in this live, be quiet. Don't speak or leave or I'll block you. You're saying Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow is reading from what we with brains call primary sources, right? Do you understand what primary sources are? I understand you don't. That's called court document. She's reading actual transcripts of things, of the words that were said in a federal court yesterday. That's not an opinion. That's not negative. That's called facts. Like, quite literally. And it's embarrassing that you can't tell the difference. Yeah, I know. I'm getting tired of, it's like, I don't want to block every person ever. It's just, here's your opportunity to be quiet. And if you continue saying dumb things that distract us from what we're doing, I mean, we're literally listening to court transcripts from a federal judge being read. And you're like, she's reporting on negativity. You read factual information, that a literal transcript of what happened in federal court. That is negativity, or are those just facts that your ears don't like, that makes your feelings feel bad? Because anytime faced with real facts, Republicans fold like lawn chairs. Here, and anyways, I want to show you guys this because I was just looking up here. Let me see if I have it, because I sent it to myself because I can see people like spinning out. So yes, we did watch the vote live in here. So if we seem a little bit not interested in it, it's because we watched it live. We already know what happened with the vote. And I've explained it like 27 times, but I think this is something we haven't seen. So this is the actual vote count. 9 Democrats voted in support. So there were 62, opposes 38. But wait, hold on. Let me get to the point of what I want to show you guys here. I like these things that Washington Post does. Yeah, it's all the same lines. Catherine Cortez Masto, a government shutdown will cause too many Americans to suffer. But like, I get it. She's up for re-election in a very scary swing state like Nevada. So that makes more sense to me. But Dick Durbin, yeah, like these are John Fetterman, Gillibrand from New York. Like, make it make sense. Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire. Why can't these... Oh, wait, show all members. I get it now. These are the ones that voted for it. Chuck Schumer, New York. See, these are the ones with comments. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option. Yeah, I literally played him saying this. In New Hampshire, if there's a shutdown, thousands of federal employees wouldn't receive paychecks. Yeah, they're all being fired and terrorized now. Like, I just feel like this is the most delusional ever. And what I really think is Trump has something on New York. Yeah, he's like withholding funding from them. Like, and there's some reason they caved. Gary Peters, Michigan. I mean, whoopsies. Sorry. I don't know why that just happened. What is happening here? I don't know why else any of this makes sense, but yeah, these are the people. Cortez Masto, like I said, at least she's in a swing state. Dick Durbin, you didn't need to do this. John Fetterman, shut it, no one cares. Kristen Gillibrand, Maggie Hassan, Gary Peters, Brian Schatz, Chuck Schumer, and Shaheen, New Hampshire. These are the people. Yeah, Gary Peters, Michigan was a yes. He doesn't have like a quote next to it, but this is, I don't know what I don't think these people, but I mean, also, like I said, like I know with Catherine Cortez Masto, she's going to be up for re-election soon. And in Nevada, I have a feeling she's probably trying to hold her seat. But, like I said, New York, I don't know why. Both senators from New York. I mean, I would like to know the real reason instead of being gaslit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it feels like. Like, we're being gaslit. Like, you could say, oh, the government is already shut down. You guys already have no function. This would be the first time you guys took back power and said, hey, the legislative branch matters and you need to recognize that. This would have been the time. So to pretend like the government's not shut down, it's not already a nightmare. I don't want to hate on Dick Durbin, but I agree. I also don't think he's like the whip and the judiciary chair. Like, we have too many of these people who don't know when to give up even some of their power. Like, you don't need 2 jobs, Dick Durbin. I don't even see you ever doing anything or speaking. So I agree. I think the Senate is that's why when people are like, oh, the House Democrats are a mess. I'm like, really? Like, if this is the mess, this has been the mess. This has always been the mess. This is the mess right here. We're watching the mess. So yeah, I mean, this is who it was. Why can't I? Okay, there. Catherine Cortez Masto, Dick Durbin, John Fetterman, Kristen Gillibrand, Maggie Hassan, Angus King, Gary Peters, Brian Schatz, Charles Schumer, Jean Shaheen. That's the 9 who voted for it. So I just want to be clear. These are the people that we should hold responsible if you want to hold someone responsible. 62 votes to support. And yeah, this was the vote that mattered. Like, they have to vote again, but they don't need 60 votes later. Like, they just need a majority. So they have like 4 amendments to vote on. Like, I'm trying to think, like Merkley has an amendment. I can't remember. There's like 3 Democratic amendments, and then Rand Paul has an amendment. They're all going to fail because they need 60 votes. And then after that, they'll vote to pass the CR with all the poison pills that empowers Elmo to keep doing this BS. I know, I call Chuck Schumer too. Like, Chuck, F you. Like, truly F you. But I mean, this is the reality. So I just want to say, before we go back, because Rachel's about to make some amazing points, but I know everyone's like stressed about it, but this was decided yesterday. So it's not like something crazy didn't just happen. Like, this was already happening. They had decided this, they had the votes. That's why the vote was called. So it's just, yeah, we shouldn't be surprised by it. They didn't get 60. Yeah, they got more than 60. That's correct. They got more than 60. So yeah.
It's a sham. The judge says, quote, "Go ahead. It upsets me. I want you to know that. I have been practicing or serving in this court for over 50 years, and I know how we get at the truth. And you're not helping me get at the truth. You're giving me press releases, sham documents."
Paper is more sophisticated.
All right, he says, quote, "I'm getting mad at you, and I shouldn't." The judge then decided in this hearing today that he wasn't going to wait to give a written ruling. He decided, you know what, I've heard enough. He decided he was going to rule from the bench today. T-O-D-A-Y, today.
Like, this judge was pissed. This is the ruling yesterday in federal court where the judge is basically like, you need to rehire all these people. She was reading the actual court transcripts because they're supposed to have an evidentiary hearing, but provide no real evidence and won't let anyone be cross-examined to testify. And he's like, this is an effing sham. This judge is like, if anyone came here, then we'd find out the truth.
So he started with this, the judge, quote, "On February 13th, 2025, a briefing paper from Human Resources Management at the Forest Service says this, quote, all, that's spelled A-L-L, all federal agencies, including the Department of Agriculture, were notified on February 12th by the Office of Personnel Management to terminate all employees who have not completed their probationary or trial period. That then led to the termination of a lot of people," the judge says. But one in particular I will give as an example. Leandra Bailey was a physical science information specialist in Albuquerque. In September of last year, she'd received a performance review in which she was, quote, "fully successful in every category," not just some, but every category. On February 13th, she was terminated using the OPM template letter. Because in addition to directing these terminations, OPM gave a proposed letter, and the letter said, I'm reading from it, "Memorandum for Leandra Bailey, February 13th, from the Director of Human Source Management at the U.S. Forest Service. This is just one sentence. Quote, "The agency finds, based on your performance, that you have not demonstrated that your further employment at the agency would be in the public interest." Close quote. And then the judge says, this, despite the fact that her most recent review was fully successful in every category. The judge says, now, how could it be, you might ask, that the agency could find that based on her performance when her performance had been stellar? The reason OPM wanted to put this based on performance was, at least in part, in my judgment, a gimmick. Because the law always allows you to fire somebody for performance. And the judge says this. Now, what I'm about to say is not the legal basis for what I'm going to order today, but I just want to say it. He says, quote, "It is a sad day when our government would fire some good employee and say it was based on performance when they know good and well that's a lie. Excellent in all, fully," what was the phrase? I don't want to misstate it. Quote, "fully successful in every category, yet they terminate her based on her performance." That should not have been done in our country. It was a sham in order to avoid statutory requirements. It also happens to be that whenever you fire somebody based on performance, then they can't get unemployment insurance. So that makes it even worse, doesn't it? And then it makes it even worse because the next employer is going to say, well, have you ever been terminated based on performance? They're going to have to say yes to thousands of people. It is illustrative of the manipulation that was going on by OPM to try to orchestrate this government-wide termination of probationary employees. Quote, the court finds that OPM did direct all the agencies to terminate probationary employees. The court rejects the government's attempt to use these press releases and to read between the lines to say that the agency heads made their own decision with no direction from OPM. The relief that's going to be granted is as follows. First, the temporary restraining order will be extended. The VA shall immediately offer reinstatement to any and all probationary employees terminated on or about February 13th or 14th. This order finds that all such terminations were directed by defendant OPM and were unlawful because OPM had no authority to do so. Further, the VA shall cease any and all use of the template termination notice provided by OPM and shall immediately advise all probationary employees terminated February 13th and 14th that the notice and termination have been found to be unlawful by the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California. The VA shall cease any termination of probationary employees at the direction of OPM. To repeat, this order holds that OPM has no authority whatsoever to direct, order, or require in any way that any agency fire any employee.
OPM is the Office of Personnel Management. That is a real federal they oversee, like, it's like HR for federal employees, and Trump has taken that over and they're using it as like the actual government agency that is directing Elmo's mass firings. Office of Personnel Management. So he's basically saying you have no reason to be doing any of this and you need to stop now.
Now, given the arguments and the facts in this case, namely that defendants have attempted to recast these directives as mere guidance, my order today, quote, further prohibits defendants from giving guidance as to whether any employee should be terminated. Any termination of agencies' employees must be made by the agencies themselves, if made at all, and they must be made in conformity with the Civil Service Reform Act and the Reduction in Force Act and any other constitutional or statutory legal requirement. He says, quote, in 7 calendar days, relief defendant, VA, the VA shall submit a list of all probationary employees terminated on or about February 13th and 14th with an explanation as to each of what has been done to comply with this order. Then the judge says this. Now, this order so far has only mentioned the VA, the Veterans Administration. But the same relief is extended, and I'm not going to repeat it, but I'm extending the same relief to the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, the Department of the Interior, the Department of Treasury. And so it's the VA plus all those other agencies. He says, and this is without prejudice to extending the relief later in further to other agencies. The judge then closes with this. I will try to get out a short memorandum opinion that elaborates on this order, but this is the order, and it counts effective immediately. Please don't say, oh, I'm waiting for the written order. This is the order from the bench. And then the judge then closes with this admonition to the Trump administration lawyer. Quote, if you want to appeal to the Court of Appeals, God bless you. I want you to, because I'm tired of seeing you stonewall on trying to get at the truth. And that is how thousands of people who work in our government, who Donald Trump and his top campaign donor tried to fire, that is how thousands of Americans got their jobs back today. At the VA, at USDA, at the Defense Department, at the Department of Energy, at the Department of Interior, which includes the National Park Service, at the Treasury Department, which of course includes the IRS. The court ruling also means that the Office of Personnel Management, which they've been using as like the central office for all this stuff that DOJ has been doing, right? The Office of Personnel Management at the White House.
God, I just got a violation. I keep getting in trouble And I don't know why. I just got a violation. So anyways, but this is pretty much over. Someone was asked, I think it was Tootle. I'm pretty sure this is a Clinton judge. Actually, I see you said, is it Obama appointed judge? I don't know if that was a joke, but I'm pretty sure actually, I think I read, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is a Clinton appointed judge. But then listen to this. So, okay. So this happens. And this is yesterday, right? I reported on it in the morning when the federal judge was ruling, but I obviously hadn't read like the actual court documents and what the court documents were saying. But anyways, so then here's this. This is earlier today. This is Caroline Leavitt. So they're asking her, like, hey, this huge federal ruling came down saying you guys need to stop all this BS and you need to rehire everyone. See, okay, thank you, Sean. It is a Clinton judge. And you need to rehire people. And this was Caroline Leavitt, Trump's press secretary's response. And this is being echoed by Republicans in Congress as well. Which before you hear this, all this proves is that, I mean, like I say, she's a pathological liar and also has no idea God knows. Don't speak about the law if you have no idea what it says, because, or the Constitution or the checks and balances of government. But I don't think it's that. I just think like she just pathologically lies. That's why I think Caroline Leavitt is the best name for her, because she just is a liar.
Get an update on it.
Caroline, district court rulings about all the fired probationary workers. You used the same language here just now that was in the statement about fighting back against that ruling. Do you mean appealing or something else? And does the administration plan to comply with those orders in the meantime?
Fighting back by appealing, fighting back by using the full weight of the White House counsel's office and our lawyers at the federal government who believe that this injunction is entirely unconstitutional. And it is, for anybody who has a basic understanding of the law. You cannot have a low-level district court judge filing an injunction to usurp the executive authority of the President of the United States.
No, that's actually specifically their job. That's the job of federal judges, to opine on the limits of executive power. Like, it is exactly the opposite of what this woman just said. Like, that is literally their job, you weirdo.
That is completely absurd. And as the executive of the executive branch, the president has the ability to fire or hire. And you have these lower level judges who are trying to block this president's agenda. It's very clear. And as I just cited, I was appalled by the statistic when I saw it this morning. In 1 month, in February, there have been 15 injunctions of this administration in our agenda. In 3 years under the Biden administration, there were 14 injunctions. So it's very clear that there are judicial activists throughout our judicial branch who are trying to block this president's executive authority. We are going to fight back. And as anyone who saw President Trump and his legal team fighting back, they know how to do it. He was indicted nearly 200 times, and he's in the Oval Office now because all of the indictments.
He's a 34-time felon. And he put the people who lost, the reason he's a 34-time felon, he put those people in charge of the DOJ, the people that lost that case. So, again, what the F are you talking about? And it literally everything this woman just said, the exact opposite is true. That is the job of the federal judiciary, to hear cases and set limits on executive power. I mean, that's why they exist, is to say you've overstepped your bounds of executive power. And then if appeals keep going, then they end up at the Supreme Court. I mean, and Trump is 0 for 2 with the Supreme Court. I mean, on this stuff, since he started effing with everyone's lives and dismantling the federal government. It's not like they're ruling with him. So, I mean, your grasp on reality, your level of intelligence, like and again, I'm not even questioning. I just think she's a liar. I think no matter what Trump says, she'll just echo it. Like she's like a lying parrot. So like, I don't think I don't even want to accuse her of being dumb, because I actually just think she's committed to pathologically lying. But even if I would just get a new job, because I'd be like, hey, I don't want to embarrass myself this much publicly. Like, and because people are saying really cruel things about her on the internet. And they're like, she's the dumbest press secretary we've ever had. It's like, no, I think her job is to lie. But I would just be like, hey, I'm going to quit because I'm too embarrassed to keep telling these asinine lies. Like, I can't do this because it's so shameful. It's just getting super embarrassing for me. Like, that's what I would do, but not her. She's just going to keep pressing on through. Oh my God. I want to show, I have some more things to show you guys. It's all, I forgot about, God, this water stuff. I shouldn't even do this, but I'm just going to do, because Trump was out of control lying every day he's lying in the White House. I won't make you listen to all three. I'll just show you. He was back on this like water lie, about him. And it's a real thing. And I just happened to be reading this article. And I'll show you the article, and I suggest everyone read it because California farmers aren't going to have the water they need. Like, what Trump did is literally ensure that they don't have the water in the Central Valley to water crops. And the Army Corps of Engineers that Trump ordered to break into California and release all that water, of course, because they're not idiots, knew that. And the Washington Post did like a huge expose. But this was Trump yesterday. Oh, sorry.
Believe it, I broke into Los Angeles. Can you believe it? I had a break in. I invaded Los Angeles, and we opened up the water, and the water is now flowing down. They have so much water, they don't know what to do. They were sending it out to the Pacific for environmental reasons. Okay, can you believe it? And in the meantime, they lost 25,000 houses. And nobody's ever seen anything like it. But
yeah, and obviously this is a lie. I won't make it. There's like 2 more clips of him lying about water, but I'll just show you. Here, this is the article if you want to read it, because this is a Washington Post exclusive that I think it came out. Yeah, I do have the date on the bottom. It's March 7th, and it's really messed up. Like, all of these people that had to do this knew, like, oh shit, this water is just going to evaporate. Like, it's not going anywhere. Like, we're just wasting millions of gallons of water because Trump's a liar. Yeah, it is literal water times 2. It is. And this, if you ever want to help one of your idiot MAGA friends who believes that Trump knows something about what the water supply in California, I would direct them to this article, which is like the saddest, most damning thing. Yeah, it depends. Like, some places, a little bit of it flooded, or it went underground and caused some flooding, and then millions of gallons just evaporated in the sun. Like, it happened. A lot of different things happen. Like, but the point is that water was for the summer, for farmers to water their crops, and California no longer has it because Trump needed to just tell asinine lies for some reason. But listen, and Mike Levin, who I love, he's from California. Yeah, the reserve for the summer is gone. That's what we can be sure of. He was talking about this yesterday.
I had the opportunity as a member of the Appropriations Committee to have a hearing with the head of the Army Corps of Engineers. They were the ones that ultimately let that 2 billion gallons of water flow from those dams down to a dry lake bed where a lot of that water just evaporated. It never made its way to LA. And we now know that the Army Corps knew that it was never going to make its way to LA. And that water is needed for our farmers, our agriculture, particularly if we have a dry next few months. So the other thing you should know is that the LA wildfires were 100% contained. Made that decision, that very reckless and irresponsible decision. So the concern that I have is that the Army Corps of Engineers, who are good engineers, that they will follow the science, the engineering, and common sense, and actually listen to the community. We're going to continue to fight to get answers from them. I had the opportunity.
I just want to be clear. And that article, I suggest everyone read the article. Like, there was no reason to do that. The fires were contained. Nobody thought Trump's just a liar who's like, let's waste California's water supply, which I think is something Trump wants to do, right? Like, I think that's why not? Why not put California in a worse position to prove he could? You know what I mean? He wants to look what he's trying to do. He's trying to force them to enact voter ID laws that would help gerrymander the state of California for him. Like, yeah, like I mean, he doesn't care. He doesn't care if farmers have water, but this is just one more giant mess that this orange weirdo narcissist has created. That and who's going to clean it up? Yeah, like he wants them to fail. I completely believe. I mean, he has said as much. And then he's implying in that post this morning about Chuck Schumer, like, oh, now we'll do something about the California fires. Oh, will you? I doubt that too. I don't believe a word that Trump says. Oh, now I realize. I'm just going to show you guys. And I thought this was really funny because Aaron Rupar was like, who says Trump isn't following through on lowering prices? Like Tesla, this is Tesla's stock since Trump took office. Look at who says Trump isn't lowering prices of stock? He's doing it somewhere, guys. I'm just saying. I'm just proving a point. Thank you for subscribing, Just Know. And who else? And Miss Julie, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm trying to get to 450 subscriptions today. If you would like to subscribe, please do. Or support me through Cash App and Venmo. All of your tips and donations are what allows me to do this research and do the people's receipts every single day. Oh, and this is what I wanted to show you guys. So I showed you guys the tool yesterday that that independent journalist made to track. Actually, maybe I should show you guys before I show you this, just to remind. Let me just pull it up really quick. Let me pull the screenshots up because I think it will give more context in case anyone forgotten. And it's close by, so it's not. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Well, I think most of them are. I don't know why some of these aren't here, but here. Like I was showing you this independent journalist who created a tool to track the real waste. Like, you know, it's basically like auditing Doge, the Doge website of lies in real time. So anytime Elmo updates it, he updates it, and the verifiable canceled funding is 8.6 billion as of yesterday. Yeah, it's awesome. Like this thing is amazing. Let me find really quick. I was showing you guys the actual website. It's like I showed you guys yesterday. Here it is. If you want to know what it is, this is just a screenshot, so I can't click on it. But it is doge.muskwatch.com. Here, I'll go to it in a second. Hold on. TikTok Studio is telling me to do something. Joby, did you buy subscriptions again? Thank you, Joby. If that was you, I thought I actually caught that one. Let me go to this. Doge.muskwatch.com. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go really quick because I might have it bookmarked actually. It might still be open from yesterday. Because I just want to show you because it's so cool. I love this thing. Oh, it is saved. Okay, cool. Thank you, Joby. You're amazing. So this is the site that is tracking. This is doge.muskwatch.com, and they're tracking they're auditing Elmo's lies in real time. Doge claimed cuts. You can see like right here, 105 billion. Doge itemized cuts, 29.9 billion. Verifiable canceled funding. The actual number is 8.6 billion. Yeah, this tool is free right now. They might start charging for it. And you can search by your state, by canceled contracts. Like it is so cool. Like, so yeah, that's why I'm showing you again. It's doge.muskwatch.com to get to here. Highly. Yeah, this is literal pennies. This will save us no money. This isn't going to pay for the tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. And that's why I say, if you come in this live or you show up to debate on TikTok defending Elmo, like maybe learn to do math. Also learn how much the tax cuts are costing, because it's not like we're like, oh, we're going to shut down the federal government and pay down our debt. That's not what's happening. It's just so Trump can spend more money on rich people. It's not like they're like, hey, we're going to cancel a bunch of stuff and then you all get universal health care. There's zero benefit to us. They're not paying down the debt. They're just taking stuff from us so rich people can have more. And this is the best tool ever. So again, it's doge.muskwatch.com. It's made by an independent journalist called, his name's Judd Legum, Legum. He's absolutely amazing. So now that I've showed you this tool, and basically he's committed, anytime Elmo updates his site, which is few and far between, then Judd's going to update this. He's basically planning on updating it like once a week. He's like, Elmo doesn't always update his ridiculous site. So whatever Elmo does, he's like, I'll update it. So I'm showing you this because I want to show you this piece. So the more Elmo is getting called out, and real people who can do math are like, hey, none of this stuff on your website is real or makes any sense. What would a normal person would be like, oh yeah, like that's true, I should probably do something about that or correct it. Not Elmo. He in fact now is just lying more. That's Elmo's strategy, is lie more. Like, make it harder for people to audit the site. Don't do the right thing. Just lie more. Obfuscate more. Conceal more facts from the American people. But that's why I want to show you guys that tool, because he was I was showing you guys this yesterday, this like person who claimed to be an expert on data and like a data engineer like challenged him on his methodology, and I watched in real time while he ate this person up. Yeah, he's great at what he does. I followed that Judd for years and years, and I have all confidence that that's the closest we're getting in real time to auditing this site of lies. But now that you hear anyways, so listen to what Elmo's up to. Oh, sorry. I keep closing the presentation.
I mean, you and I have talked about this now for quite a while. Talk about what now Doge is doing to make the way it reports this data on its website more difficult for you and your colleagues and others to actually track.
What they've started doing is posting claims about things they've cut. In this case, grant payments. They've cut grants that were going to go to some nonprofits. But unlike in the past, they don't tell you the ID number of the grant. They don't tell you the people that were supposed to receive it. They don't tell you anything other than, here's the agency that gave it. Here's how much we saved by cutting it. That's not enough to fact check it. Basically, that's just them putting a number out into the world that there's no way to go back and verify. So the transparency that they had been doing before, which allowed us to fact check and find all those errors you were talking about, that's gone. These are just uncheckable numbers.
And I just want to be clear, when you previously found, the errors, the $8 billion, which was really $8 million, did they apologize? Did they explain how that happened? Did they point out that, we're going to remove this now? Or was this just kind of done, at night, no one's looking, suddenly it just disappears like somebody in Charlie Brown's Spelling Bee who gets it wrong?
In almost every case, they didn't explain why it was deleted. It just vanished. In some cases, the errors went away and then came back. The largest item on their list of canceled contracts is wrong. Now it's one that they deleted and then put back. But in most cases, they would just disappear and never say, why did they get it wrong? Or talk about maybe what they'd be doing differently to try to avoid errors like this in the future.
Of course they're not. The point is to lie. It literally is the point. This is all a bunch of lies. If you can do math. All you'd have to do is be able to do math or to realize that. And because the first example I showed you was when the Washington Post sent forensic accountants and an auditor to the White House and said, hey, we've audited all this. Here's our spreadsheets. Here's our math. Can you dispute this? And they said no, because it's all lies. And then the New York Times audited it again, and they found even more discrepancies. And that is the truth. Like, people call them out on, like, these are lies, these aren't true. And then they post them again and put them back up after they've been audited and found out as lies. What's with the red ties? Aren't there any other color? What ties? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean. Again, Animal Farm in real time. I know this is like Animal Farm. I actually completely agree with that. It is Animal Farm in real time. I Yeah, that's actually quite accurate. I thought this, and let me show you. So, speaking of, I thought this was cool. Like, this is the second time I've seen the woman behind Decoding Fox News. Dude, oh my gosh, TikTok Studio is being really ornery. Sorry, they keep closing my presentation. I have to reopen it. I've seen her do this, which I think she does it month over month. Like, so she'll do it again when March ends and compares pricing like to when Joe Biden left office, because MAGA, they can't do any sort of math on their own, so you've got to really just spell it out for them.
It's time for another Biden versus Trump price check, month 2 edition. Remember, Trump said that he would get prices down on day 1. All of these prices are from Federal Reserve economic data, starting with bacon, which was very important to Trump on the campaign trail. We start at $6.92. It's dropped slightly to $6.79. Trump got lucky. Moving on to eggs, we start at $4.15 all the way up to $5.90, the highest price ever recorded on Fred. Moving on to butter, $4.73 up to $4.87. Coffee went from $6.77 to $7.25. Milk dropped slightly from $4.10 to $4.03. Ground beef held steady at $5.60. A loaf of white bread went from $1.91 to $1.92. So far, not so great for Trump. See you next month after the tariffs hit.
It's so, and the worst is yet to come. That is the absolute truth. Nothing even happened last month. This is just price fluctuation. I know, I love her too. If you don't follow Decoding Fox News, absolutely follow her. She's absolutely amazing. I know, I love the music too. Hopefully that's not a copyright violation. It's like I'm realizing every bit of background music when you're on more than one platform could be it's like I never ever considered so many things in my life. It's like someone just adds background music to a video and then that could mean I'm in trouble. Oh yes, now I remember what I need to show you guys. So I guess that we could consider this. I think it's good news. This town hall, did you guys see this town hall that happened in Asheville yesterday? Asheville, North Carolina, and they were like checking if people were residents. If you wanted to ask a question, you had to like say your zip code and like prove that you were from there. I mean, like Republicans are convinced that these are not their own constituents showing up at these places. And they literally had people like prove they were from the district in order to like participate. So, and yeah, it still went about like you'd expect. The man, its name's Representative Chuck Edwards, which I don't even know much about this man, but man, did he have the worst day yesterday. This is just somebody who was filming like the turnout. This is people walking in. Oopsies. Not again.
Yeah, I forget what I said. It's in blackmail, but we could have just walked here. Oh my God. Oh well. Should have bought some.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. The average age at these were pretty much like a lot of these people were older people. It's like, what are you going to say? Like a bunch of veterans just showed up to scream at you. I mean, you made them all prove they belong there.
Be reinstated for at least 45 days, and then there would be another process to evaluate where we're at there. Yeah.
One more.
Just hold. I feel like this is not productive with everybody yelling at me. I mean, if you want to hear that. The question.
These were like older people who were like, let's just unalive this man. Like
the questions are coming out of the box one at a time. I'm answering those for you. You're not going to like a lot of them. And And you certainly will have the right in the next election to cast your vote based off of what you hear coming from me now. All right.
Nope, and they hate you, Chuck. Nobody forgets Chuck Edwards, you weirdo. Yeah. Oh, he lied the entire time. Yeah, he did. He obfuscated, lied.
$2,000 grant that was awarded by NIH to use.
This is him trying. And remember, for every dollar we invest in medical research, we get $2.46 back. We actually, this is one of my favorite dumbass things Republicans do, is start reading off obscure medical grants, which if you actually had medical training, right? These are things that can save lives. Just because it sounds weird to your ignorant self doesn't mean doesn't have a scientific purpose and could help us save lives. It just means that you're not smart. But again, for all NIH research, medical research that we invest our tax dollars in, we get a $2.46 return. So I don't care that your brain is too small to understand what these medical studies mean. I don't trust you. I trust people that went to medical school, and it shows that the medical research we invest in is in fact valuable. That's why it's a return. It's called an ROI, a return on investment, Chuck. So he tries to he's like, I'll read off these weird medical studies, and then that they'll get it, right? They'll think like, oh yeah, that's weird stuff. I don't want to pay for that.
The $2,000 grant that was awarded by NIH to use a mouse model to investigate the effects of cross-sex testosterone treatment.
Yeah. Oh, we should not do research on testosterone, because I'm tired of researching things for mediocre men and helping mediocre men feel like men again. I agree. We should. And should we test on humans, not mice? Is that what you're saying? You're tired of testing on mice? Some people think it's wrong to test on mice. Yeah. He thinks these things are going to trigger these people, and they'll be like, no, are those gay mice or something? I don't know.
Yeah. We found a $3.5 million consulting contract for larval fish monitoring at the Bureau of Reclamation, which already had been identified as non-essential.
People are like, shut up, Chuck. But yeah, we should do something about fish larvae. We should increase our supply of fish. Yeah, we do have serious issues with food supply as we continue to pollute the water. We made it to 400K. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Keep tapping the screen.
Our next question is from Kathleen, zip code 28804.
See, you have to literally prove you live in the district, because these people truly believe we're flying Democratic operatives to Asheville, North Carolina to plant them at these town halls.
Our next question is from Kathleen, zip code 28804. Why do you support a president that cares nothing about NATO, Ukraine, and democracy, but cares about Putin and other dictators?
Stand up.
Actually, I believe that the president is very supportive of Ukraine. I believe the president recognizes that Putin is a murderous dictator.
I could watch old people boo this man all day long. These are literally elderly people in your district who hate you. These are the people that are supposed to support you, and they despise you. So I think Kelsey, thank you for the super chat. She said people need to protest Schumer's book tour. Oh, I agree. That's actually a good idea. Let me write that in my notes app. I wasn't aware he had a book coming out. It better be about Is it titled Chuck Schumer, Folding Like a Lawn Chair? I hope that's the title of the book, and he can tell us how to betray our beliefs and principles. Chuck Schumer book tour. I'm gonna look this up. Why the hell would anyone read a book? I can't even listen to Chuck Schumer speak in real life, let alone a book he read. Absolutely not. Like, what advice do you have to give any of us? Nothing. How to lie, how to pretend to care about something, and then do a 180 3 days later that very obviously people with brains find offensive. Yeah, I can't imagine what he could be writing a book about. That will be. I hope not one book is sold. And I mean, no offense, like publishing is already dying, and I don't know why you're publishing them. I publish my book. At least I could write something interesting about vampires and werewolves. I would too. Oh man, these get so good.
Even before President Trump was elected, there were people working inside these agencies that had access, that were required access to the information. You should also know that those employees and folks that serve with DOJ have gone through the same exact security screens as everyone else.
True. Yeah, that's absolutely not true. Not even Elmo has. Like, what? Yeah, this man's just a pathological liar. Like, that's absolutely false.
Yeah.
So it's like they're breaking the law and you know it.
Somebody's going to be in charge of looking at those. His guy's name just happens to be Elon Musk right now. So, are we through taking questions?
Are we through taking questions? Like, oh my God. I would have paid money to be in here. I would have probably ended up like that woman in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, who was like zip tied. That probably would have been me, because I would have been like, what the F? Oh, this was the best question. This man was amazing. This was like a Vietnam vet or something who's like, what the F are you doing?
Do you support the annexation of Canada and/or Greenland? And this is a yes or no question. I don't want you to wander off into the woods. I don't want to hear about your latest week in your office. Okay, so I'm trying to get your opinion on this. As a yes or no, do you support Trump on annexing Canada or Greenland? And do you like the way he treats the premier or the president of Canada, calling him governor? Is that the way you do as a diplomat? Is that the way the United States should act to our closest neighbors? You know, is this? And I've still got a little more time. Do you enjoy the way he's tried to extort minerals from the Ukraine? Do you like bullying people that need your help? Do you go for kicking the guy when he's down? Do you support Trump in these things? And this is a yes or no.
The no's in there. Let me answer the first one, and then there was one that really stuck out that I'd like to also answer. I believe your first question that you wanted yes or no is, do I support annexing Greenland and Canada? The short answer to that is no, I do not.
Oh, Chuck has an opinion that isn't going to get him literally unalived in the parking lot. Thank you, Chuck, for saying something real.
There was another question in there. I think it was, do I support a deal? I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. A deal with Ukraine in obtaining minerals and helping the United States taxpayer recoup the $140 billion or so that we've sent over there. The answer is yes, I do support that.
We'll go to our...
I could listen to people yell things at this man. Oh my god. I just want to go on a tour of town halls and just oh my god, there's so many funny things. Yeah,
I think I sense maybe a faction in this room of folks that that might not have voted for President Trump.
No, it doesn't matter. This is a town hall. These are people that you represent them in your district. You made people prove they live in the district in order to ask a question. So that's what's happening now is your constituents who, yes, they don't always vote for who you voted for. They're not all in the same cult. Some of them have brains that work. They're still your constituents. Like what? I can't stand Republicans being like, oh, this is everything's a conspiracy. Yeah, nobody likes what you guys are doing. If that's a conspiracy, if your idiocy is a conspiracy.
And I'll say that I happen to believe very much that President Trump supports our Constitution. And I sleep good at night knowing that every vote that I cast is in support of our Constitution and your freedoms and limited government.
Our next question.
It's disgusting. Chuck, nobody likes you. If anybody didn't know if they didn't like you before, I don't think anyone ever liked Chuck. They just didn't know how much they didn't like him. This could not possibly have helped you, Chuck. Nobody. Ugh. I love when he's like, you have the right to cast a vote. And the next, something tells me, Chuck, you're not going to be around. Like, you might not make it out of the primary.
Hey, this has been fun. I appreciate the opportunity to spend the last 89 minutes with you. I really appreciate the energy that you brought, the contradiction of opinions from time to time, the passion that I hear, the patriotism that I sense in this room, and I hope that you will certainly stay engaged with my office and all of those folks that are elected to represent you. Good night. God bless you all.
Fish Bastion said closing line. I know, closing. Yeah, exactly. He said, stay engaged with my office. None of you will ever hear from me, nor have access to speak to me ever again before the next election when I'm physically forced to campaign again. Don't try to find me. Just contact my office, of which I will never be in. Like, that's literally what that was. Michelle, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for supporting me all the time. I appreciate you so much. I don't like what's happening in this. But hold on, I want to show you some other clips because this is from one journalist, and then I have the ones like from Midas Touch too, because this hearing went on, or this town hall went on for a while.
Another reason I said that I wanted to have a town hall, in spite of some of my colleagues in D.C. going, Chuck, you're an idiot, is we've got a lot to be proud of in this country. I happen to agree with a lot of the things that's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. I know many of you are not. And we'll get a chance to talk about those. So
oh my God, it's like, read the room, sir. Like, not a great public speaker. You plan to say things, it's clearly not panning out. It might be time to pivot at this point. Know your audience.
The time is now to fix how Washington works. To that end, I was proud to vote recently for the House budget resolution, which provides the framework And you wonder why folks don't want to do these town halls. That framework provides for Congress to secure the border, to promote America.
Are you afraid of Trump? Yeah. That budget resolution is what cuts Medicaid, cuts veterans benefits. Yeah, I read it too. And you're proud of that? Like, that says all we need to know about Chuck Edwards. He needs to go. You're literally proud of taking things away from veterans, the middle class, like the Department of Education. You're gross. Oh, this one's good. This is what gets kicked out. This is good.
To
not allowed to cut our job.
Yep.
Do your job.
Yep.
Stand up to Trump. Do your job that you were sent there to do.
Yep.
You represent us all.
Thank you for that feedback.
I'm a veteran. You
To be clear,
I'm a veteran. You don't give a about me. Like, that's what he's saying. Let me just show you another angle, because then I was like, there's got to be better angles of this guy screaming. And then I found a better angle from just a random person who was at the event.
You don't get to do this! You fucking touch me again, I'll let you fuck me!
You know what comes to mind, like, just when I saw this video? I just want to say this, like, I'm glad, because I want all white males who have privilege in society to scream and yell like this, because notice how no one touched him. A doctor in Idaho who was at a town hall just asking good questions, yelling like everyone else was yelling, was zip tied, told to shut up. Men were cheering while she was assaulted and dragged out of the town hall by her hair while nobody helped her. So I'm just saying, notice how it's better, like aggression from white males. They're all like, yeah, respect him. Great job. But this is what I'm saying. We need, if you hold privilege in society and can show up and people be like, yeah, that man's expressing himself. Like, when women yell, we're hysterical and we need to be dragged out by our hair. When black men yell, they're too aggressive. You know what? Oh, they're animals. They need to be quiet, right? Like, I'm just saying, notice how it's received differently, right? So that, and I'm saying this as, I'm so glad this man did this, because he has the privilege in society to scream like that and to still be respected. A woman was literally dragged out, tackled by 3 men who were not police officers. Now their lives, I mean, that lawsuit's going to be devastating. Dr. Teresa Borenpol in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. But I mean, she's saying the same thing. She was yelling basically the same things he was yelling. And they didn't touch her. They didn't touch this man. And he's actually threatening the police officers. All she was saying was, don't touch me. Don't attack me. Don't assault me. Here, I'll play it again. Oh, wait. This is the video. Sorry. It's Friday.
fucking do. You don't get to do this. You fucking touch me again, I'll lay you fucking
I mean, that guy was, and again, I'm glad this happened. I'm glad that people are standing up. I'm just saying, in comparison, Dr. Teresa Borenpol was sitting in her seat at a town hall. She'd never stood up. She never did anything. And they literally dragged her by her arm out of her seat, tackled her to the ground, dragged her out while she's screaming, "You're dragging me by my hair." 3 men. Right? She didn't even stand up. So I'm just saying, oh, I have like 20. Well, I mean, you can watch the replay. We watched 20 minutes of different angles of that video. It was a big deal. It happened like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, you could watch the replays of my lives and see it. I have them. Yes, I do have. It's violent. It's awful. It's horrible. Men cheer while she's being like basically assaulted. And it wasn't even police officers who assaulted her. Like a lot of people are in trouble. They were trying to arrest her. The long story short, she's not charged with anything. That private security firm has lost their license. Many people are in trouble for many, many things in that. It was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Dr. Teresa Borenpol, she's a GoFundMe. It's like at $400,000 now. Like, yeah, she's oh, and I don't even know if I ever told you guys this, but I check up on this story from time to time. So I guess there was, I'm trying to, oh man, now I'm going to get it wrong. But like, because she would not speak in the press after this happened because she's like, I'm not an idiot, like, because she's an actual doctor. Oh, and let me just remind you of some of this story because I'm not telling the whole story correctly. Like, yes, she was horrifically assaulted, but what came out, and if you want to look more into this, if you know Donish, that creator, you can look on his TikTok or on his or on his Instagram. He covered this in depth and they found videos after the fact, right? This doctor, she had been targeted. Like they knew who she was. This man, the sheriff, which by the way, the man who started targeting her and told these men who aren't police officers and didn't have badges displayed to assault her, he is on video doing a PowerPoint presentation about her at like a white nationalist meeting, saying something needs to be done about her specifically because she's an activist that needs to be silenced. Like Donish they found like months before. So when I say these people are in a lot of trouble, I mean these people are in a lot of unbelievable amounts of trouble. And like the easiest way to see that, I would go to Donish's like TikTok or Instagram because he's like all over it. And so then he started investigating that sheriff. And the sheriff is collecting disability and is allegedly living in LA County and has another job in Idaho and is allegedly disabled and can't work and is working and assaulting a woman on camera while collecting disability, allegedly living in LA County. Yeah, like it's not a great day. Those people are in those people are in quite a lot of trouble. Like it just gets deeper and deeper the more you go into it. I was looking up some of the men who are part of this private security firm, and I talked about this. I played Division I volleyball in Idaho, and I always say like in Southeast Idaho, where the Mormons kind of run everything, I would say there were people who were ignorant, but I didn't have fear. Like I didn't fear as someone who's, half black that something bad was going to happen to me. When you go up into the panhandle of Idaho, that's the birthplace of like the Aryan Nation. That's where the white nationalists are, where they're like the militias are. They run Coeur d'Alene so yeah, I'm not surprised that if you're a woman, and this woman who's a doctor, she's ran for state legislature in Idaho 3 times in Coeur d'Alene. Like they knew who she was. They targeted her. He's on video doing a PowerPoint saying we need to handle this woman. And then They dragged her by her hair out of that meeting, non-cops. And then the real cops showed up and were like, what the F is going on? Like, that's why I cover these town halls, because it's like, we need to bear witness to what is going on. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why never underestimate your power, like white men. Like, get to these town halls and yell. Because I wish it wasn't. Like on Tuesdays when we do the broadcast, Dr. Danny talks about the gender credibility gap and how by nature of me being a woman, like people listen to men more. I mean, this is science. Oh, she's suing. Oh, Dr. Teresa Borenpool. Yeah, she retained a lawyer. Like that's what I was going to tell you guys. The lawyer she retained is a very famous lawyer who won some huge judgment for like a trans person who is discriminated against in like Idaho. Like she said that when she was like being tortured by these people, she's like, good luck. Like, you're going to be in a lot of trouble for this. Yeah, she found the best lawyer. And she is suing the ever-loving shit out of these people. And that sheriff is in trouble. Like I said, they lost their security license. Everybody's in trouble, but Dr. Teresa Borenpool. But men in the audience were cheering on her being assaulted. Like, it was disturbing to see. And all she was doing was just asking questions at a town hall. Like, she did not stand up. She wasn't like doing all this. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I say, like, men, like, you have this privilege in society. People listen when you speak. Use it. Use your voice. Go to these town halls and scream. Yeah, nobody did. The only people that helped her were like elderly women and other younger women. Like, no men helped her whatsoever. Yes. And it was traumatic to watch. Yeah, they were cheering it on. Like, they were assaulting her. Men in the audience are cheering out the men that are assaulting her. And then the guy on stage with like from the bully pulpit is like, this is what you get. Like, it's crazy. It was a town hall at a public. 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 I could go find the clips. I have them probably in my phone. Still, I had to erase a bunch of clips though, because I have like 2 terabytes of things in my devices. Deb, thank you so much for the $50. This is for you because you're the best, and I love you so much. I love you too, Deb. Thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate that. That's amazing. Here, let me hold on. I bet I can find them because it's one of. I'm surprised you guys haven't. You don't know what I'm talking about. It's more shocking because I spent 2 days playing these clips. It's just I had to erase a bunch of content, but I'm sure I have them. It just depends. I at least have the links to them for sure. Hold on. Oh, yep, I do think I have. Is this the one? No, that's Mondays, so I need to find Tuesdays is when I have better information. Oh yeah, here's the Donish ones. I do have them. Hold on. Which one is this? 225. Give me 1 second. I do have them. Never fear. I try not to delete things, but I have so many albums and presentations made. I had to start, but it looks like I still have these. I shouldn't delete things so arbitrarily. It's bad. Oh my gosh. Maybe I have to. Oh, I might just need to connect to another phone. Wait, where's 225? I'm just going to share it from this one. Let me switch my stop. Now I realize I can do this from any phone. Here we go. Okay. I don't want to, I'm trying to think like what are the worst, I don't want to show you the worst, I don't want to traumatize anyone, but I want, Well, and these don't even do it justice. Like the longer ones, I could find them, but I'll just show you Donish's stuff. Like, again, it doesn't do the whole assault justice. We spent hours watching this woman be assaulted from different angles. So I just want to clarify, this is not going to do it justice, but this is the sheriff. This is the guy who's collecting disability in LA County and has another job in Idaho and is employing people that aren't police officers to assault a woman. Yeah, this is him. His name's Paul something.
Where Ed Bergerano was speaking, and he was speaking against things like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and for things like Donald Trump and Christian nationalism. Of course, there are people in the town hall who disagreed. This is a town hall. You're going to have a marketplace of ideas here. You're going to have a variety of different beliefs here. It is absolutely normal to have dissent. I have to say that, and it's very sad that I have to say that, but Republicans under Trump believe in crushing any dissent whatsoever because, of course, it is a cult. Now, watch what happens here.
Get up or be arrested. So, folks, when
he's screaming, "Stop the meeting." Listen to the person on stage, Ed Bergerano. He's cheering it on as they drag this woman from her seat and assault her. Like, she's not doing anything. All she does, everybody in this town hall is yelling. I've watched it from start to finish.
When our nation began, there was some really
Get this all on film.
No, I'm not recognizing you.
What would you like to do?
So, yes, we're going to get to
Is this your jurisdiction?
Yes, it is. Plenty of chance.
This is not a negotiation.
But, the problem
You've been asked to leave.
is the folks.
I haven't been asked to leave by you.
I'm telling you to leave. Look at that.
This is the town hall.
He's showing how intelligent he is.
You too.
Leaving also. Let's go. Come on. They came here to disrupt so that the citizens can't hear. The reality is there's a whole bunch of great things that are happening. The problem is we got a bunch of rabble-rousers who just won't allow it to be spoken. So, the thing is... My name is Robert Norris. I'm the Sheriff of County. We're asking you to leave on video. Please get up or be escorted out. And we're just taking care of the rabble-rousers. Let's go. And eventually what's going to happen is everything's
Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me.
Let's go. You're going to be escorted out. I just happen to have a nice loud voice.
Please don't touch me.
You're going to be removed also. All of you. And I can really,
Please don't touch me.
Okay, I'm asking you to go.
Bob, you know this is a
pepper spray?
You know this is a very bad idea.
He just said, "Do you want pepper spray?" That's what he said to her. He said, "Yeah, she's a doctor." He said, "Do you want pepper spray? You're going to release pepper spray inside a public event?"
Come on, let's go.
You know this is a very bad idea.
That we're struggling with so many of the kids today is they want to behave poorly and then not struggle with the consequences. That is shameful. I think what we've got right now is a situation.
Who are you?
These men are not police officers, and these are not police officers. They have no badges. They are nobody.
Who are you? Who the fuck are you? Who are you? Let me see your badge. Where's your badge? Who the fuck are you?
To hear the legislators, I have watched you for sitting there.
Who is this? Who is this? No, don't you fucking touch me. Don't touch her. You're on film, and you're not a sheriff. You're not a sheriff. If you touch me again, I will call the police, who are actually in charge here.
No, you're not.
Who is this guy?
Come on, let's go.
Stop it. Get the fuck away from me.
Don't touch her.
This isn't a sheriff. Excuse me, Sheriff Norris. This gentleman is assaulting me. This man is assaulting me.
Now, let's go.
This man is assaulting me. Is this your deputy? Is this your deputy?
Get her out.
No, don't fucking touch us. Is he a deputy? Who are those? These are deputies. Who the fuck are these men? Who the fuck are you?
Hey, that's over the kill. Let's go.
If you hurt me, who are these guys?
Behind your back.
Who the
cooperate, it'll be 100 times better.
Yeah, that's what they say to rape victims, you fucking piece of shit. You refuse to identify.
Just let it happen, you fucking creep. This is reality. Just let it happen. Just let us assault you. Yeah, that's what we should do as women. We should just let you grape us. We should just let you physically assault us. These are not police officers. They work for a company called Lear Asset Management, which I left several hundred voicemails at. They've lost their license to operate. And yeah, they weren't actually paid to be at these events. I'm telling you, you have to understand Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and the type of white nationalists that hang out there. But these are all males who are in a weird club together and they hate women. But I mean, and they literally drag her out. She's screaming, "Let go of my hair, let go of my hair." Yeah, this was Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Absolutely. And you'd have to, this is the birthplace of the Aryan nation. Like, these people are all in, like, they have, well, I'll show you. And someone said Donish covered this. This is Donish's video. Watch it.
Who are you?
To come here today. I applaud them for doing so. Thank you for coming. But the problem is this. They didn't come here to listen. They came here to interrupt. Isn't that what Elon is exposing in Washington, D.C.? Don't we have that same type of disruption everywhere in our government?
Men in the audience were cheering this on. Like, no men helped her. Just women were screaming. When they have her in the hallway and are continuing to assault her, like, elderly women running like the high school snack bar are like, stop touching her. Like, no one helped this woman. But it's fine now because she's going to have the last laugh.
Let me see your badge. Where are your badges? Who are you and where are your badges?
What's your badge number? I told you many times you close your mouth and you don't close your mouth. You'll have an opportunity to speak.
He's saying you've been told too many times to close your mouth and you won't close your mouth. You had an opportunity to speak. That's what these men are saying. Just let us assault you and it will go easier. That's what they like. I don't understand. This is literal grape culture we are listening to. These are not police officers. These are just random men assaulting a woman while everyone watches. They are not cops. They have never been cops. No, I mean, she wanted her friend to record this. Like, that's the point. And there's nothing, like, they tried to drag the other two out too. Like, they tried to do it to all of them. This is a literal disaster. But anyways, let me just, it's awful the whole time, but I want to get
more security officers in the back.
The man speaking is comparing her to a little girl before reveling in the fact that she's being manhandled, assaulted, kidnapped, and zip-tied. That is not by coincidence. I would absolutely check his hard drive. I'm not even joking. I'm not just trying to make fun of him. 1,000,000,000% check the hard drive. When somebody compares someone to a child, then revels in their bodies being violated, absolutely check his hard drive. Now, these two plainclothesmen that assaulted her and kidnapped her and zip-tied her, they are not police. They are security. They have no legal right to be doing any of this. They need to be held accountable. The security detail group is Lear Asset Management, run by Paul Tourette here, who is also there. And of course, you have the sheriff, Bob Morris, there as well, the sheriff of Kootenai County, who says, I did not hire them. I had nothing to do with them. Somebody else hired them. Yeah, but you were directing them, and they were following your directions, and they committed assault because you told them to do it. You can't do any of that. Well, he's saying I wasn't acting on my position as a sheriff. That's worse, man. That's worse. Like, that's not an excuse. There's no way to justify being violent towards dissent at a town hall. When you're outside of your Trump rallies, your little cult meetings, other people are not fanatics. Other people disagree with the hatred towards diversity, equity, and inclusion. A lot of us actually like that because for too long, unqualified white people get jobs based on who they know, based on what they look like, over overqualified people of color who are working their asses off to get a job. And the people that do get jobs through diversity, equity, and inclusion are the best of the best, way better than those mediocre white people they replace. And the mediocre white people they've been replaced with under Trump. That is not giving you more efficiency by any means. That is, of course, prioritizing white people and prioritizing the racisms of the past. Moving forward, who are these two men? Who are these two men? They are not police officers. They're security officers, and they need to be arrested. Speaking of being arrested, let's talk about the sheriff a little here. This is, by the way, sheriff departments are elected positions. Sheriffs are elected. And because of that, you don't get someone who's maybe qualified for the job. You get someone that, people agree, hey, this guy should do the job. And maybe that could turn out to be a good thing. But all I've seen happen so far are things like San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, where you have Sheriff Dykes, who's credibly accused by me, by the way, of being allegedly senile, locking Alex, Eden, and Mirando for over a year now. This is something he doesn't do for pedophiles, but he does that to Alex because he wanted to, what, better the community? Now, you can't have that. Not under Sheriff Dykes, looking like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit here. You have Sheriff Carmine Marcino of Lee County, Florida, who would not arrest my children's stalker, who was...
You don't follow, Donish. This has been going on since COVID. All the stuff, this is real.
On probation when she stalked them, who admitted in court that she did it after we showed them that they were caught on camera doing it. He will not arrest her for it, and I had to go ahead and sue her instead because Marcino allegedly banged her. That's right, and Marcino's known for that because he's banged a lot of women and fathered a lot of children all around Lee County because he loves to abuse his position as sheriff to take advantage of his citizens. As a reminder, Sheriff Carmen Marcino is currently under investigation by the FBI. If you want to read more about my children's stalking case, my court case, by the way, go to my Substack. It is an awesome read. Now, getting back to it. This sheriff is no different when it comes to corruption. Before we get into him, I want to talk about who did, in fact, hire this security group. It was the Kunai County Republican Chair Committee. You see them on their Facebook here with their Sean Spicer banner photo there. They claimed that the audience, the people, a lot of groups in the audience did not agree with the things that Ed Bergerano was saying. Of course, this is a very creepy man talking about assaulting children, so who would agree with him? They did not agree with what he was saying, and therefore, they determined that they should be violently removed. This is what the Republican Party under Trump looks like. If you remember the first term, that's the shit he does. You want federal aid? You better kiss up. Your foreign country want access to our personal data files? You want access to any one of our citizens? Sure. Just go ahead and rub Trump's belly. He'll do whatever you want. He is so incredibly pathetic. Anyway, the reason they gave for violent security was, according to them, a threat that they received from an unrelated person. Remember, there's a lot of people in the audience speaking out against the person at the town hall, Ed Bergerano, but only this one doctor was targeted. And they're saying the reason is because an unrelated person sent a threat to a different representative. This is not a threat. This is not a credible threat. This is not a credible threat. The reason I know is because I receive threats all the time. And when I report it to the police, they say, not a credible threat. And the things I get are far more specific than this. So, based on that experience, and based on experience that a lot of you have had too, have any of you ever had to go to the police because you received threats online? And did they not just turn you away and say it's not a threat? Yeah. So, same shit, man. Not a threat. Not a threat. If it's a threat, deal with the threats we get. Until then, fucking deal with it. It's not a threat. Regardless, still not an excuse to be violent just because there's differences of ideas. Now, let's talk a little bit more about Bob Norris, the sheriff here, the corrupt sheriff who came from one of the most corrupt police stations in the country. While he was there, the police station was ordered to stop having police gangs. That's right, they have police gangs. And not like it's a rumor or, maybe I think they do. They literally had to make laws to stop police gangs because it's so common. That is terrifying. A gang in control of a police department. Of course, it's what we've been saying all this time, but now you can see it. He left that job, but still collects disability from it. How do you collect disability for a job you're currently doing somewhere else? Is that not fraud? He's also very dishonest about his residency, and that is, of course, to cheat his taxes. And it's not for nothing, but dude doesn't return his library books. And that one I find the hardest to believe because I'd have to accept that he walked into a library. So not only do...
I'm sorry, Dad, it's just so funny. It gets worse, though. I want to show you guys the video find the video of this, like what I'm talking about, because it's Donish. Oh my God, what is happening? Sorry, I don't know. Oh, I've never shared a cell phone screen before. I don't know what it looks like. That must be why. Sorry, I've never done this before. That's better, I guess. I want to find this video of like what I was telling you guys about because Donna did a second video. Wait, what just happened? Yeah, this is the right thing. He found a video and it's like it's this guy and he's basically like, oh, it's what I'm talking about him like months and months before, like targeting her and being like, we need to do something about this woman. He's a weirdo. But I don't know if I still have that screen. Oh yeah, this is it. This is it.
Update on Sheriff Norris of Kootenai County in Idaho. It looks like we've uncovered some audio from last year revealing that the sheriff has had it out for the woman he used a private security firm to kidnap from a town hall event.
That have said things that are false. And Teresa Ornpaul, and I think she's running, I will call her out. She's another activist. We need to make sure that we don't elect activist leaders in this community. We need to make sure we don't do that. In my opinion, there are a couple of city council members that are on the city of Coeur d'Alene council that are more of an activist than they are representative. So, I mean, we need to make sure that we elect leaders that really understand what their role is and not activists.
That's why. It's because he knew who she was, because she had previously run for office. She's smarter than they are and far more qualified, and they were threatened by her. That's why they kidnapped her that night. This needs to go viral. Sheriff Norris needs to be in jail. No more excuses.
Anyways, that's Danish, like Danesh. You can just look him up by his name. He has millions of followers, if you don't know. Danesh. You can find, but he's on Instagram, TikTok. He's pretty, most people know who he is. Anyways, yeah. But and the angles of video are so much worse. Like when they drag her into the hallway and stuff, like it's a nightmare. But yes, they started a GoFundMe. I think she has over $400,000. She found an amazing attorney. And yes, those people are in a lot of trouble. They can't do security anymore. They're all trying to blame each other. We got a guy on disability in LA County. We're doing the same job in Idaho. It's so funny when people like waste, fraud, and abuse is always a projection. It's Republicans who are like guilty of waste, fraud, and abuse. And then they project their crimes onto us as if we're all doing something. Like it's absolutely absurd. Thank you, Adina, for the $20. I appreciate you so much. And what a beautiful daughter you have. Thank you for the $20. And Susan, hello. Sorry I missed most of class. Thank you for being here, Susan. Thank you. And keep your hands on the wheel. Thank you for listening during work. I appreciate you. And Rachel, thank you so much for the $8. Rachel's my middle name. I shouldn't say that, but we have something in common. Sorry. Oh, I forgot. I'm so sorry that I forgot that my phone was attached to the internet. It's my iPad. I need to detach this. Sorry. I'm not used to doing this for my cell phone, but I had to delete a bunch of things from my iPad because it doesn't have the same amount of memory. And I have like 2 terabytes of crap. Anywho, what time? It's 4:00. Oh my gosh. I have to do some things on this Friday. If you haven't heard, Trump was speaking at the DOJ, just rambling incoherently for like 2 hours while that Senate vote was going down, accusing Mark Elias of being a communist infiltrator and all sorts of other things. Senate votes to avert shutdown after Schumer. I'm just checking if there's any. Nope, just the fact Schumer's a traitor. I think that's the main. They'll vote again before midnight, which is going to be super demoralizing, but we pretty much knew yesterday what was going to happen. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I think, like, that's why I've stopped showing so much of Trump's lies and constant, like, talking, because I don't think that's what's important anymore. I think it's on us as people to show up to these town halls, to push back. Like, we have to dissent. We have to drag Republicans and our other leaders without spines, kicking and screaming to do the right thing. Like, we cannot depend on anyone but whatever we are all willing to do. And that's what I've realized. Like, that's what I realized growing up under the rule of a malignant narcissist is people will get scared and they won't help you fight. So that's what I'm saying. If you have the guts to fight, if you have the guts to show up at a town hall and scream, yeah, don't ever count on anyone else. You count, because I'm telling you, I've watched people around me fold like lawn chairs my whole life while trying to hold a narcissist accountable. People won't do it. It's psychological. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. Actually, let me see, not to blow your guys' minds, but I do. If I have it in my photo reel, there's some stuff I wanted to show you guys because I think like the psychology of narcissists is misunderstood. Like, I think it would be helpful if we all understood that, like, I don't even think Trump can help himself. That's what, when I say that Trump's not going to stop, like, I don't think people realize, like, this is a defense, right? Like, this is Trump was someone who was abused and literally as a defense decided to believe in his brain that he's God. Like, and I was doing all last weekend. Let me see if I can find him. Yes, this is my clips from last Friday. I was one of my favorite when I'm not talking to you guys. I listen to a bunch of like Harvard doctors and Stanford doctors talk about psychology. And one of my favorite doctors was talking about this, like just the fact we don't have free will, that all of this is all predetermined. And it's fascinating to listen to. Actually, it might be easy. I might have more. Let me just double check on this phone. And I think that it also helps to understand narcissists better, like as your parents, because I think this was correctly identified as children of narcissists. We have like a better understanding. Like, they cannot even stop themselves if they wanted to. That's why you have to stop them. You have to force them to stop, or they're not going to ever stop. Hold on, let me find. I'm trying to remember. I had all these videos downloaded. What day? That was Monday. Okay, I've got to almost be there. We've got to almost be there. Because I think I can only play clips based on the fact I've already gotten 2 violations this live, and I don't even understand why. It just seems like, oh no, that was Friday. Where are my We Have No Free Will videos? I know I downloaded them. I'm obsessed with these. This is what you guys can see what I do on my weekends. These are all my, God, it's so annoying. I want to show you guys this too, and I spent so much time downloading them, but I didn't know if I would get to it. I'll just show you a second of it. I think it'll be okay, probably. Or it's the end of the live anyways. Well, I'll show you a little bit of it because it's fascinating. And I want to see if I can find the video. Big Think, one of my favorite podcasts or show. I don't know if it's a podcast or just a show on YouTube, but it's called Big Think. If you haven't seen it, highly recommend. It's like neuroscientists and neuroscientist students talking about the brain. But if you don't know, I think Robert Zapolsky is he's from Stanford. Sorry. He's probably just gonna, that's a fail on my part. That's gross. I got that wrong. Hold on. Let me attach this and I'll show you. I'll just give you an idea. But we're just a sum total, we can be causal agents, but we really don't have free will in the way people think of it. It doesn't mean you can't choose to lie, by the way. That's not what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me make this go the right way.
Your frontal cortex is the part of your brain that is the freest from genetic influences because it's still being sculpted by environment and experience a quarter century after you plopped out there, whereas most of the rest of your brain is sculpted by 2 or 3 years worth of experience. Whoa, we evolved, our genes evolved to free our frontal cortex from strict genetic determinism and to make it much more sculpted by environmental determinism.
Today on Big Think, we delve into a thought-provoking conversation with Dr. Robert Sapolsky. He shares with us his insights on his concept of free will, or the lack thereof, and its profound implications for humanity. Robert Sapolsky is a distinguished professor at Stanford University, acclaimed for his expertise in biology, neurology, and neurosurgery. Renowned as a MacArthur Genius Fellow and a research associate at the National Museum of Kenya, Sapolsky offers a unique perspective on the human condition, drawing from over 3 decades of experience as both a field primatologist and a laboratory neuroscientist. Widely hailed as one of the best science writers of our time, Sapolsky is the author of several best-selling books, including Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers, The Trouble with Testosterone, and his latest work, Determined. Dr. Robert Sapolsky, thank you for joining us on Big Think today.
Well, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
So I'm curious, why did you write this book?
Wait, let me see if I can find like the best part, distributed causality. That's what I want you guys to hear.
Members.bigthink.com, where you can watch videos early and unlock full interviews. What is distributed causality and how does it influence the actions that humans perform or the decisions that humans make?
Great. Okay, so somebody behaves, does something or other, and why did they do that? Why did that occur? And part of the answer is, well, what went on in their neurons a tenth of a second ago? But what you're also asking is what stimuli in the environment in the previous minutes got those neurons to do that? And you're also asking, what did this morning's hormone levels have to do with it? And you're asking, what does the plasticity of the brain in the previous months to decades, trauma, heartache, finding love, finding God, all of those things change the brain. And then before you know it, you're asking, what did the person's adolescence and childhood?
Yeah, it's called distributed causality. It's when we could be a causal agent. Like I have the ability to move a pencil, right? But distributed causality is what causes us to make decisions, right? It's a sum total that goes back even before our childhood trauma, but from the cultures that our ancestors are a part of in our DNA. And this is like, you know why I love Robert Sapolsky? Because I have PTSD. So I have to recognize when I have a bad week, am I eating properly? Am I getting enough sleep? And I have to think of every factor. He talks about studies in this live where he's talking about if you want to get a favorable ruling from a judge, make sure the decision comes back after lunch because judges are less likely to rule in your favor if they haven't eaten and their blood sugar is low. This is super scary. It's super scary stuff.
And fetal life have to do with it. What do their genes have to do with it? And remarkably, you got to go even one step further back. What kind of culture were your ancestors inventing? Parentheses, in what sort of ecosystems? Because that had something to do with it. Culture centuries ago, why is that relevant? Because your mother mothered you according to the ways in which she was raised in her culture, or translated a different way. Your brain was being constructed at that point as a function and part of what your ancestors were up to a millennium ago. And the key thing there in terms of distributed causality is you're trying to figure out why somebody did something. And this is someone who had a car accident and had massive amounts of damage to their frontal cortex. And as a result, they can't regulate their behavior. And it's easy for us to see where some unacceptable behavior of theirs came from. Yeah, massive brain damage. There's this big, massive cable of causal explanation going from that car accident to why they did what they did. Distributed causality is the much harder thing we have for people where there's not an easy explanation, because what you're doing instead is looking at the gazillion little microscopic threads of influence from your ancestors' culture and your fetal life and what color underwear you're wearing today and all of these things. And it's so much harder to not only see all these little microscopic threads, but to believe that when you put them all together, that is as causative of a cable as something as simple as like a massive car accident. It's easier for us to see in those cases. It's really hard to see that there's a gazillion things, each of which contribute 1 gazillionth of a percentage point to explaining what went on.
If you're looking for a career where you can really make a difference in the world, to help and connect with others.
One of the things I was wondering if you could do for us is sort of relay the story of Phineas Gage. It's obviously a famous.
Story. I want to find the studies he talks about. Phineas Gage had a metal bar go through his brain.
Parts of the body and your microbiology and even your environment can impact this distributed causality. If, say, there was like an hour or even seconds prior to an action or a decision being made, what are some like specific systems that could lead to an individual or a person taking a specific type of action?
So you've got a nice volunteer and you've given them this task, which is they have to decide whether or not to shoot somebody under the following circumstance. They have a fraction of a second to look at the person and to decide if the thing in that person's hand is a cell phone or a handgun. We know exactly the relevance of this to the real world. And it turns out all sorts of things modulate people's ability to decide what it is they're seeing in a fraction of a second. Are you hungry? Are you tired? Are you scared? Are you stressed? Are you in an environment you consider to be dangerous or benevolent? Is it nighttime? Is it daytime? And as we know tragically, what's this person's skin color? Are they a young male? All of that stuff. And it shows that your brain in a fraction of a second will make different decisions as to whether or not that's a handgun based on this stuff that's been going on in the previous hour, exactly as you say. What we also know is, say, if that person, if they're male, if their testosterone levels had been elevated over the previous 24 hours, part of the brain would be functioning differently, part of the brain called the amygdala. And what happens is you look at somebody with a neutral facial expression, and you're more likely than average to decide that instead they look threatening. So you're that much more likely to decide it's a handgun and pull a trigger. And if you went through trauma, combat trauma a decade ago and had PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, your amygdala would have grown bigger and been more reactive and been more likely to send a signal to pull the trigger before you had the chance to say, wait a second, let's look a second time and see if that really is a handgun. It's a cell phone. All of this from 1 second ago to how much stress hormones you were exposed to when you were a fetus going into that moment as to whether or not you're going to make a totally tragic decision in a fraction of a second.
In thinking about that example, it's like, yes, okay. I'm in a threatening situation. It's pretty obvious that some of these sort of environmental stimuli might impact my behaviors. I mean, we have reaction times as it relates to predators and things of that from our evolutionary biology. Like, I get that.
Here, this is the part
of thinking about that example. It's like, yes, okay. I'm in a threatening situation. It's pretty obvious. In thinking about that example, it's like, yes, okay. I'm in a threatening situation. It's pretty obvious that some of these sort of environmental stimuli.
Shut up.
I'm quite prominent. I should also say a number of other researchers.
This is one of my favorite studies.
24 hours, part of the brain would be functioning differently, part of the brain called the amygdala. And what happens is you look at somebody with a...
Wait. Sorry. I keep going past the right part. Here we go.
Other factors might impact the decision that I'm making in that particular moment. But, you know, one of my favorite anecdotes from your book was actually about judges and parole and how their decisions are also causal related to things that they're doing earlier in the day. Do you mind talking about that example for me?
I love this study, and I should say it's become quite prominent. I should also say a number of other researchers have challenged the results along statistical lines, and the authors have completely refuted those challenges, and the basic finding has been replicated, all of that. It's solid. So this was a study published in this very prestigious journal looking at a bunch of parole board judges and all the parole decisions they made over the course of the years, hundreds, looking at the simple question, is there anything that predicted who they let go free and who they sent back to jail? And it turned out that the single most powerful predictor was how many hours it had been since the judge had eaten a meal. Appear before the judge right after they've just had a great lunch, and you had approximately 60% chance of getting paroled. By a few hours later, you're down to 0% chance. Oh my God, what's this about? What this is about is your brain is expensive. It takes a huge amount of energy to run. It's 3% of your body mass. It takes 25% of the energy. And if you got low blood glucose, your brain isn't going to work as well. And especially the parts of the brain, like your frontal cortex, that's saying, wait, don't just jump to a fast decision and send him back to jail. Think about this guy's life. Think about his perspective in the world. Think a second.
Isn't this crazy? So I guess my point is just like, this is how I think, like, whenever I have a bad week, when I snap too much, like these are the things I think about, right? Like we are a sum total of our own life experiences, our trauma, but also our genetic makeup, our culture that our parents were involved in, and generations and millennia before them. Like we're not, like distributed causality is a fascinating thing to think about. And then like in the short term like that, I mean, literally, what chance do you have if it's like, hey, could you please eat a Snickers before you sentence me? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think about this stuff. And that's what I mean with narcissists. Like, it's almost like, I think when you're like the spouse of a narcissist and you've been abused by one, you want to like believe like this person can stop. This person can stop. They can't. If it's a pathology, they literally cannot stop. You have to stop them. Like, that's what I'm trying to say, right? And like as a child who was more of an observer, not to say I wasn't abused, but I was an observer. That is what I'm sure of. I'm sure of the malignant narcissist I was raised by can't stop. It is that it is who they are, right? So it's just things to think about, right? Like, and things to think about why we are who we are. Like I always think about this stuff. Anyways, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's not, I mean, it's less to think about. I'm just saying, like, people think, I'm not to say like, it just depends, like, how the actual pathology of narcissism, right? Like, it's not something that people are doing on purpose. It is who they are. It is a pathology. Yeah, you can't change them, right? And you have to stop their behavior or you have to leave them. But I'm saying for the sake of the purpose of we have one running the country, we're going to have to stop him. Like, we can't just be like, oh, let's go away. Like, he's affecting too many things. Like, he cannot stop. He cannot stop the ridiculous confabulation, right? Because in order to remain okay in his mind, he's saying, I'm God. Whatever narrative I'm telling, I'm going to literally change reality to be congruent with that belief in my head. No matter how crazy it is to others, that's how I maintain my sanity, right? I mean, that's what confabulation is. It's not lying. I'm not saying narcissists can't lie, but that belief that they are God, that they are all powerful, and the way they will bend reality and speak about it in ways that seem almost disbelievable. Yeah, like it's for their own survival. That is how they are surviving. So I'm just saying we have to stop him. He's not going to be able to stop himself. just food for thought. And I love me some Robert Sapolsky. That book, oh God, now Determined is his last book. If you're interested in reading it, he's a Stanford professor writing about like distributed causality and how we can be a causal agent, but ultimately who we are and why we are doing things has been determined long ago. And it's all fascinating stuff. So I highly recommend. Highly recommend. Definitely. Anyways, I am so tired. I've had the longest week, so I am going to go now. You're saying Trump has to? No. Definitely not saying that. I'm saying if we want Trump to stop doing what he's doing, if you think he's just going to, like, I feel like I was playing that video earlier of that woman who's like, I just thought like my neighbors were, good people. I think we have to stop thinking about this. We have a malignant narcissists and people who are following him in deep in cognitive dissonance, right? Who are in an information silo and somehow believe everything he's doing is in service of them. You can present these people with information, reality no longer matters, right? So I'm saying we all can't wait around. Like, we need to protest. We need to force change. Because I would not count on anybody else to, I mean, how many opportunities have we watched slip by to hold this man accountable? We need to force people to hold him accountable. We need to say, as the American people, no more. But yeah, no, to that very dramatic thing said in the comments, no, that's not what I'm talking about. But yeah, I have heard people say like, oh, he eats fast food all the time. He's just going to unalive. I would not wait for that. Like, I'm saying, if you want, we need to get him out of a position of power. We need to hold him accountable. We need to force people to hold him accountable.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Yeah. He's all preserved. That was a good one. I like what you did there. That made me smile. So few smiles this week. Anyways, Brett Raid. Hi, Brett Raid. I'm just ending my live. I love Brett. Thank you guys for coming here. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm about to end my live. Should we all raid someone together? Who is live? I love Brett, though. You guys are amazing, and Brett's amazing. Who is live right now? Oh, Fax is live. Should we raid Fax? Tell him we love him.
More sophisticated now than computers.
Fax is live. Let's raid Fax. Facts still matter. Sorry, I just call him Facts. If I ever say Facts, I am always talking about Steve. I'm always talking about Steve. I always am talking about Steve. Yeah, I haven't thought about Facts matter in a long time. I haven't even seen him. I don't know where he is, but I do remember him. Yes. Let's raid Steve and tell him I said hi. And I will see you guys on Monday. I need to get a little rest. I've had a long week of nausea. So I shall see you guys next